everyone. Thanks for coming. Let me check if my clicker works. So many on buttons. Thank you. User error, technical difficulties. Well, thanks everyone. Welcome to our 2024 SACOG Data and Modeling User Conference. This is our 5th conference. We're really excited to have it. We took a hiatus last year, and we had a few years where it was fully remote. So this is our first year in a while that we've been in person. Hello, everyone that is attending virtually. Couple housekeeping items I want to go over real quick. The webinar is being recorded. Please use your mute when you're listening. And if you're on virtually, you can use the Q&A function, and we'll be receiving questions. We'll have a moderator going through, and we'll try to answer the questions as we go. We'll also have Q&A sessions after every presentation, and there will be interactive polls throughout the entire conference. So if you have your phones, this is the QR code. Feel free to use it, and we'll have it going along as the presentations come by. So strongly encourage engagement for folks that are in person. We're hoping we get a healthy discussion going. The value of this conference is really the feedback we receive from the user community. And so I think with that, I'd like to take a little bit of time and introduce the teams. I didn't introduce myself, so I'll start. My name's Kyle Shipley. I lead the Transportation Modeling and Analysis group. That group is one of 2 under the Data and Analysis umbrella here at SACOG, who is managed by Yang Mei. Oh, I saw her earlier. She should be in the room. Yeah, thanks, Yang Mei. Yep. And then we have a team of 5 of us. So we have Darren Conley. Darren, if you can just wave. Shengyi Yao is actually out of the country right now. Ibrahim Intani is in the front. He's the man that put all this together. And then Ethan Zhang. And I don't know, I think Ethan may be stuck in traffic, but I know he's coming here as well. Also, we have special guest who I thought was going to be in jury duty, but she made it out. Jeannie Hong, you want to wave, and then if you can, introduce your team. Maybe just come up to the mic if you can.
Sure. Hi, my name is Jeannie Hong. I lead the Data and Mapping Services group here at SACOG. Our team has Pete Atwood. He was here. I don't know where he is. Warren Navarro, Craig McLean, and Joshua Fonts. We are here. I'm just going to give you a quick update of what we're doing for the dams team. Pete is our GIS guru. He is right now, he used to do a lot of IT, but now he does GIS, all the web indicators for SACOG. He builds a lot of the web tools that you are seeing coming out of SACOG right now. He also represents SACOG in the YOLO and Sacramento GIS Cooperative. And he is he has been our ArcGIS Enterprise Manager, and he will be, so if you have GIS questions, he's the guy to ask. Warren Navarro does our housing inventory data and is also our rep for Replica. And then Craig is our data request person, and he does all beautiful maps for grants and data requests. And Josh is our latest person in the dams team, and he is in charge of doing all the programming for our monitoring and reporting program that you'll see later this afternoon.
Great, thank you, Jeannie. So we also have a few other staff presenters here at SACOG. We have Alex here, who's going to be facilitating the conference. So right after this introduction, I'll hand it off to her. We're really excited. We have Zach Miller here. He's the Blueprint Project Manager. He'll be giving us a presentation this morning on everything related to Blueprint and what's going on. If you haven't heard, that's our MTP SCS. And Dov Caden, who is our land use group manager. I believe he may be online, but he'll also be presenting on how we do some of the land use forecasting for the plan. And then finally, I believe this is tomorrow, but Chris Doherty, who manages our funding and grants program, will also be speaking to how they're using the PPA tool and SACOG data to make more data-driven decisions for the funding round. And then we have a few guest presenters outside of SACOG. We have two presenters, Aaron Johnson and Charlie Bailey from Replica. They'll be speaking on the big data platform we have here at SACOG. John Gibb from DKS is going to be speaking about our SACSIM sensitivity analysis and reporting. And then Adrita and Yo-Yo Zhang are from Fair and Peers, and we'll be touching a little bit on practitioners' application of SACSIM throughout the region. So with that, I think I will hand it over to Alex.
Great. Thanks, Kyle. Alex Cloyce again. Really wonderful to see you all. This is my first conference. I'm very excited. I know some of you from some previous work at SACOG over the last couple of years I've been here, but lots of new faces. So really wonderful. You got a preview of all the great speakers today. You'll also have a chance to talk at your tables and have some interactive activities. Just want to highlight what we're trying to do here today overall. You know, this is the fifth one, right? So it's been going on for a while, but we're always trying to increase data transparency. We provide lots of great data services and tools, and we really want to be transparent and engaged about those. As our role, SACOG generally is convene and connect. So in the data space, we want to connect with you and have you all connect and sort of build up that data and modeling user community in the region. Of course, for those that need it, and we all really need it, right, is providing documentation and support for all those tools and all the data, and then highlight available resources that we continue to try and iterate and innovate based on the needs of the community. So that's what we're doing. Next slide, please, Kyle. All right, let's go over our agenda real quick. You have a program on your table, so you can look at that, but you can click through if you would, Kyle. All right, so day one in the morning, we're going to hear about blueprint, land use assumptions relate to that, and about SACSIM, right? That's our travel model. That blue piece, exploring user needs, that's going to be an interactive session for y'all to talk to each other, talk a little bit about why you're here, give us a sense of what you're most interested in so we can tailor our presentations to what y'all want to hear about. In the afternoon, we are diving a little bit deeper. We are going to be looking at the data portal, monitoring reporting, we'll talk about housing and big data, and then we'll have an afternoon hands-on demo session where it's sort of choose your own adventure. So that's what we've got for today. Next slide. We'll do a preview of that. So tomorrow is more technical. So that's good. We're going to do kind of overview, dive in, but we're going to have a lot more technical sessions tomorrow. So we'll have some tool use case examples. We'll talk about PPA. That's the project performance assessment. We'll talk about scripts. Tomorrow in the morning, we'll have a tool brainstorm. So this is where if you want to see something, if you need something that we don't have yet, you're going to want to let us know. In the afternoon, we'll have some of our guest presentations. We'll talk about our model improvements, Regen, which is a population land use adjustment tool. And then we'll have those consultant presentations that where Kyle introduced Replica and Fair and Peers. All right. That's the day. So we want to get to know you a little bit better. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for our folks who are online. This is a Mentimeter poll. So if you look, you can either take a picture of this. It's also, there's a QR code on your table. I would be remiss if I didn't say there are 2 QR codes. I know there looks like there's 4, but it's only 2, I promise. There's a poll and then there's a space to ask your questions throughout. You want to take a look at that poll one first. So as you pull up that poll, I'm going to share my screen so we can see the results, but it's really to tell us a little bit about who you are. All right. So let's see who is in the room today. Great. Okay. So we know that different kinds of folks like to come to our user conference and join us. So we've got, all right, wonderful university over there, research institution. Glad you're here. We got a lot of city and county government. There's all this other over there. Sometimes we have our civic organizations. Maybe they'll come a little bit later today. And we've got a lot of consulting firms. Does anybody from other who didn't feel like their category was represented, do you want to, you can turn on your mic real quick. Just there's a mic on your table, press the button, it'll turn green. Do you want to tell us where you're from, so we just sort of know who's here? Anyone? Oh, you just felt like I need to be in that other category. That's okay. Wonderful. We are glad that you are here. Oh, yes, please. Did you hold on one second? 'Cause I want folks online to know all about you. Just kidding. Is that good? There you go. Yep. Just you can leave it on the table or hold it. Yeah. Press. Yes.
Yeah, I am mostly retired, but I
All
do some
right.
part-time work for a couple consulting firms. So,
Okay.
and I'm not here representing anybody, but just general interest.
Wonderful. We are glad you're here. Anybody else? No? Okay, there you go. See, they know more. I'm newer. So we are glad that you're in the room. Oh, great. We have a civic organization or non-governmental. Wonderful. We really are, we're going to try to cross the spectrum on level of technicality, right? So if you have questions, there are no stupid questions, I promise. I am really excited to be with you for these 2 days and help draw out our shared learning. We are here to do all those things to learn and learn from each other. So bring all your perspectives from all of these different uh, affiliations. And then I think I have one more. Do I have one more? Okay. Yes. Tell us about the work and the research, if you do that you do. You've got a lot of options here. I think you can pick 3. So what have you, it should go to the next one. So what do you do? Really? Do we do transportation planning? Right. All right. Wonderful. Well, we do a lot of work across all of these topics, I see. Nice. Okay. Got a couple air quality and emissions. My colleague on my team, Renee DeVere Oki, is not here today. Maybe she'll pop in later, but she's our air quality person. Jackie might come later as well. She knows about that. Lots of GIS, couple of CEQA folks. Okay. I'm gonna ask again, if you didn't feel like your topic was in here and you put other, if you would be willing to share, we'd love to know. Anybody who put other? All right, in the back, go ahead and press that button till it turns green.
I do construction work.
Construction work, excellent. Can you think of where anything in particular about our data that would be good for construction work? All of it? It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Actually, I did not put other, but been
Now you want to?
using SACSIM for electric vehicle infrastructure planning.
EV infrastructure planning. Very cool. Okay. Anybody else want to do a quick shout out? No. Okay, great. Well, we again, this helps us kind of understand why y'all are here, what you're going to be most interested in, and where we can lean into some of our question and answer sessions. So I'm going to stop share and we're going to switch over back to our presentation. And we're going to have Zach Miller, who is our Blueprint Program Manager, talk about the 2025 Blueprint.
All
Give him
right.
a round of applause. Here we go. Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know if I deserve
yeah.
that. All right. Thanks, Alex. Let me make sure the clicker's working here. It is. Okay, so as Alex noted, my name is Zach Miller. I'm the program manager for the 2025 Blueprint, which is our Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. So today I'm going to be providing an overview of what the 2025 Blueprint is, as well as the schedule and kind of major milestones we've already hit and those milestones we have moving forward to getting this plan done by the end of 2025. So I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience, and some of this may be old hat for many of you. So please bear with me as I kind of work through some of the overview of the actual 2025 Blueprint and the MTPSES. So one of SACOG's main jobs as designated by the federal government is to maintain a regional transportation plan that must be updated every 4 years in coordination with each local government. So this plan really outlines recommendations for public land use policy as well as transportation investment strategies for the SACOG region. So that region, the SACOG region, is made up of 6 counties, those being Sutter, Yuba, Yolo, Sacramento, Placer, and El Dorado, as well as the 22 incorporated cities within those 6 counties. And then obviously this plan document includes a sustainable community strategy, or SCS, which needs to show that or demonstrate how the region could achieve the state mandated greenhouse gas reduction target through integrated land use as well as transportation planning. So this iteration of the plan is really being shaped by what we call the triple bottom line framework. And this was a policy adopted by our board a year and a half ago or so. So that triple bottom line, the goals include equity, economy, and the environment. So this plan really aims to come together around a collective vision to advance economic prosperity, support environmental health as well as resiliency, and promote equity through reducing transportation and housing disparities across the region. So our plan development process starts with our regional growth projections, which the board adopted in February of 2023. The projections state that our region will grow by approximately 263,000 jobs and 278,000 homes by our horizon year, the plan horizon year of 2050, which is about 30% higher than what is here today. So as it pertains to the land use forecast portion of the plan, my colleagues will be going into much greater depth on how we go about developing those land use forecasts. But it's important to note that it's not simply a stapling exercise of all the general plans and specific plans in the area. There's far more growth planned in the region through adopted general plans as well as specific plans than the growth that we are projecting out by 2050. So at a high level, both the land use assumptions as well as the transportation project list are developed using a similar kind of framework. So first, we develop both these, the land use assumptions and transportation project lists, starting from the point that they, one, must achieve the greenhouse gas target. So achieving the greenhouse gas target is a key regional policy priority for us. We developed a plan with the intent of achieving this greenhouse gas target and ensuring that the region remains eligible for key state transportation funding. Then it must also remain feasible. So it needs to be feasible to implement in that it is consistent with local general plans. We're not assuming land uses outside of the zoning in those general plans. And it needs to meet a reasonableness test to ensure that the assumptions are actually achievable and acceptable by both state and federal government agencies that review our plan. Then we also optimize for a few different things. One, those being the triple bottom line goals, that framework I talked about a little bit earlier. So the assumptions are optimizing for the triple bottom line policy goals to the extent feasible by solving for performance metrics associated with equity, environment, and the economy. And then we look to incorporate local feedback and priorities into the plan. So we conduct extensive outreach to with local jurisdictional staff as well as transportation project sponsors in the development of both the land use assumptions as well as the transportation project list. So let's get into a little bit about what's at stake with this plan. So the plan is really meant to chart a path forward for the region in order to address important air quality issues, air quality conformity, to be specific, preserve open space, ag land, as well as natural resources, help address the housing crisis by planning for housing options in terms of affordability, but also a diverse set of housing types in the region, and finally helping California achieve its goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I want to kind of hone in on that, the GHG reduction target here. So SACOG's target for the GHG reduction is stated as a percentage decrease in per capita greenhouse gases compared to 2005. And that reduction percentage, that goal, that target that has been set for us by the state is 19%. So we're looking to achieve that target. So all 3 previous versions of this plan, we showed that we would be able to hit our greenhouse gas reduction target if the plan were to be implemented. So a little bit getting into what's at stake if we don't hit the greenhouse gas target. So if the SCS would not meet the regional greenhouse gas target, SACOG and its member agencies would not potentially lose out on many competitive grant opportunities. So since 2018, we did a quick calculation, and the SACOG region has received over $500 million in transportation funding from these state competitive grant programs that require a adopted SCS. So just to put a point on it, over $500 million in funding for important transportation projects throughout the region is potentially at stake if we cannot hit our greenhouse gas reduction target in this iteration of the plan. So now I'm just going to get into some of the milestones that we've already hit, as well as some of the milestones that we're looking to hit in the foreseeable future, and kind of where we'll be going next year with the plan. So in June, we hit our first major adoption milestone for the plan when we got our land use assumptions adopted by the board. And that was a long process, and you'll hear more about that. I think it's right after my presentation here. But that took over a year to get those land use assumptions developed and adopted by our board. So now the next step, which is kind of the point in the process that we're in now, is undertaking the development of the transportation project list, or the transportation investment strategy for the plan. So the project list will eventually be adopted and combined with those land use assumptions that I mentioned earlier to form the final scenario for the plan. So at a high level, we design the type and timing of the transportation investments in the plan to optimize performance and to serve the adopted land use pattern that was adopted back in June. So the investments really strive to achieve a range of performance goals, including reductions in congestion, vehicles mile traveled, as well as environmental impacts, and also increases in transit walking and bicycling. So the transportation investment strategy portion of the plan is required to be fiscally constrained. So being fiscally constrained really just means that we need to project what it would cost to implement the transportation strategy we have outlined in the plan. And that projection must be based in reality, and that the revenues must be reasonably foreseeable during that plan timeframe of 2025 to 2050. So to highlight one of the tensions that we really encounter in developing this transportation project list for our plan, the total cost of highway and roadway capacity project nominations by all the transportation project sponsors throughout the region greatly exceeds the funding that we're projecting will be available for these types of projects by 2050. So it's on the order of magnitude of double of what the available funding we think we'll have. So this means that some projects, transportation projects, will inherently not make it into the 2025 blueprint. I would like to note, though, if a project is not included in the blueprint, it would not be eligible for some federal and state transportation funding programs. But that doesn't mean that these projects can't proceed forward. These projects can still move forward with their planning and development stages, and local funding can still be used to move these projects forward all the way through completion and construction. So now where we're going in terms of this plan. So as you can see on the screen in front of you, we're planning to adopt our transportation investment strategy for the plan in November of this year. And as I mentioned, once that is adopted, it will be combined with our land use assumptions to form the final scenario for the plan. Following adoption of the final scenario, hopefully in November, we'll move kind of full speed ahead on development of the plan policies as well as the actual plan document. And then in parallel, we'll be working on with our CEQA consultant to develop the environmental impact report for this plan. So we're currently planning to release the draft 2025 blueprint as well as the EIR for public review in May of next year. And then we'll be looking to adopt the plan and certify the EIR late next year, more than likely in November, December timeframe. So with that, I'd like to just open it up to any questions that you all may have regarding the 2025 blueprint.
Great. Thanks, Zach. All right. We'll get Bruce. Any other hands for right now? Okay, so we'll go Bruce, and then I can't see your name. What is it? Jimmy. Okay, Bruce and then Jimmy. Great. Go ahead. And don't forget to turn on your mic. Thank you.
Yeah, one question just on the schedule.
Mhm.
You show kind of adoption in December 2025, I guess. Is there any, like, is there a statutory deadline that's in advance of, or is there any time after that?
Yeah, so that's by the end of 2025, we need to statutorily adopt this plan because of AB 350, which gave us a 1-year legislative extension on the project on the 2025 blueprint. So that is our hard deadline. Yes.
So I had a question more on like the types of projects and the fiscal constraints. So, what would essentially be a project that's not fiscally reasonable if a project that might need to move forward can only be funded through a portion of state and federal grants? So it's kind of like a chicken egg thing.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, there is even in our current MTIP, the more kind of short range transportation investment plan for the region, there's still a huge unfunded need for all those projects. Not all the projects, but many of those projects in that plan. And so there is a huge funding shortfall. But as we go through each individual project and talk about those projects with those sponsors, we really try to hone in on what the financial strategy for the individual project is, what sort of funding is available, how they plan to kind of move that project forward and fund the project. And then we try to make a informed determination on whether it would fit within this fiscally constrained document. We also have what we call amendment priorities, which are essentially projects that are outside of the 2050 year. And those are projects that, if more money were to become available, would be prioritized for inclusion in, the next plan or being brought into the plan, in the 4-year time frame before a new plan's adopted.
Okay, so say for instance, like in that evaluation portion of certain projects, and you're talking with jurisdictions that it seems like there's a reasonable amount of funding from like that jurisdiction that could be supplemented with state and federal grants. In that scenario, that project might be reasonably included.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's also important to note that I mentioned that unfunded need a bit earlier, and it is extremely competitive getting these state and federal grants for transportation projects. And so the pot of money out there to fund all these projects, it's extremely competitive. And so just because you're included in the plan does not necessarily mean that you're going to be successful in getting one of those grants. It just means that you are eligible for one of those grants.
Okay.
Great questions. Anybody else have any questions on the blueprint? I have a couple. Yes, go ahead, Riley.
Hello, hey, can you hear me? So more basic question, what do transportation improvements include?
Good question. So there's obviously the road and highway capacity projects. There's transit capital projects, transit ops and maintenance. I'm just going through kind of the big bucket categories: bike and ped projects, ITS, ops, operational improvements, and then a huge chunk is in maintenance and rehabilitation of existing facilities. Those are I think there's 6 or 7 major kind of project categories, and that's what those are.
Great. Over here, Dave, is that what that says? Okay.
Following up on that question, there's a lot of work going on right now on tolling and hot lanes and things like that with Caltrans. Is any of that included in the RTP?
Yeah, so we're gonna We're going to actually be exploring that at our upcoming board and committee meetings on, you know, a potential regional pricing policy to include in the plan. So the 2020 MTPSCS did include regional pricing policy, and we're looking in order to hit it's a really powerful greenhouse gas reduction measure as well. And so right now, preliminary estimates, we're falling, I think, a little over 1% short of hitting our greenhouse gas target. And so that is one powerful strategy that we're looking for our board to consider for adoption, or for, you know, giving us the green light to include in the plan in order to hit our greenhouse gas target. So that's definitely something that we are considering.
In addition to policy, are any of those projects going to end up in the project list?
So like managed lanes projects, yes, they will.
Okay, and this is an invitation to our folks online. There are, I think, about 20 of you all. Please feel free to use the Q&A function if you want to submit a question. Any other questions on the 2025 blueprint? Right. I have two. How do I determine if a specific land use or transportation project is included in the MTP/SES?
So in the past, you look into the appendices of the plan, essentially. We have our land use assumptions. There's a detailed table of the land use assumptions in the appendix of the 2020 MTP/SES, for example, as well as the actual transportation project list. This iteration of the plan, we're considering kind of breaking it into two different parts. It's still yet to be determined, so I can't, you know, don't quote me on this, but we're looking to have something that was in line with what the last 2020 MTP/SES looked like, which is a more, you know, kind of public facing document. But then we're also considering developing more of a kind of practitioner's guide to supplement that will hopefully make it a little bit more clear on what is in the project and if a project is in. Additionally, SACOG provides consistency determinations at the request of lead agencies. So if you want to SACOG to, you know, weigh in on whether a project is consistent with the 2025 blueprint, you can ask for a consistency determination, and that is a letter that SACOG would write determining whether it is consistent or not. But it's important to also note here that the consistency determination is relevant only to the eligibility of a project for CEQA streamlining benefits.
Great, thanks. We have a question online. I'm going to read it out. Is there any segment for VMT reduction in the plan in terms of transportation improvement?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Is there any segment for VMT reduction in the plan in terms of transportation improvement?
I mean, that's one of the main goals of
Okay.
the plan, is to reduce VMT and greenhouse gases. So VMT can be used as a proxy for greenhouse gases. You know, it's not a direct one-to-one kind of relationship there. But yes, we look at, in many of the metrics that we look at in the screening metrics for assessing transportation projects, when we're analyzing what our land use pattern does, many of the metrics we look at are, you know, based in VMT and VMT reductions.
Thanks, Zach.
Mhm.
All right. I don't see any other questions here in the room. Wonderful. You're welcome. We're going to find out. My other question was about SACSIM, but we're going to find out a lot more about that later. So I'll let you off the hook. Thank you, Zach. Let's give him a round of applause. You can golf clap if you want. And we are going to move on to our next presenters. We have Dav and Indrani from the land use team. Indrani's picture was not up there earlier this morning. We apologize, but you get to see her here in person. So we're going to start off with Indrani's going to present for a little bit and take some questions, and then Dav will present and take some questions. This is all about the blueprint land use assumptions approach. So that key piece, one side of the equation, really the driver, right? In our MTP/SES. Okay, I think if you want to come on up, Indrani, welcome. And yeah, just Karen, can you go to the next slides to set Oh, we got there. Great. Okay. You should be able to use the clicker. Yeah. Oh, you turned the mic off. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Indrani Kompella. I'm on the SACOG land use team. So this portion of the presentation will focus on the key data inputs that go into the blueprint land use assumptions. So we start with the regional growth forecast, which Dav will cover in his presentation. Then we have base year data or existing conditions, planned land use built out inventory of development pipeline projects, and most important of all inputs, local staff input. So let's start with base year. It's a snapshot in time of existing conditions of housing and employment at the parcel level. For the 2025 blueprint, the base year is 2020. So it's like a starting point, a foundation of sort for modeling future land use scenarios. So how is this data compiled? Every year, SACOG obtains parcel layers along with tax assessment data from the 6 counties. So we piece those layers together to create our base parcel layer. We use the land use codes in the tax assessment data to establish the initial base land use. Each county has its own unique set of land use codes, and using those land use codes in their original form can be quite challenging. So we translate those land use codes into a set of SACOG land use categories. Then to this parcel layer, we add existing housing and employment estimates from the best available sources. Staff goes through extensive and exhaustive quality checking and validation processes before we finalize this data. So coming to housing estimates, we use the tax assessment data, finalized housing permit data that we collect annually, and unit counts from the previous MTP SES as a reference. And then we use census data at the block level to validate our estimates. So for the 2025 blueprint, we started with the base parcel layer and along with the tax assessment data, to which we added the 2026 base parcel layer to get the unit count as a reference. We then used our geocoded housing permit data to allocate new housing units. We also do a visual check using aerial imagery to make sure we captured all housing. Once the allocation is complete, we also do some quality checking. What we do is we add up the data at the census block level, and also we compare our estimates with the Department of Finance housing numbers at the county and jurisdiction levels. For the employment estimates, SACOG purchases an address-based employment data set that has number of employees per business categorized by NICS codes. We first geocode that data set and transfer the employee count to the base parcels. We check for duplicate records, missing records, and also for distribution errors. Where there are gaps in the data, for instance, the data set that we purchase might not have information on schools, colleges, state and local government jobs, and so on. So we do supplement our data with other additional employment sources. Where there are gaps in the, where there are distribution errors, for instance, if all the employment in a shopping center or an industrial park is assigned to one single parcel, where in reality it is spread over multiple parcels, we do redistribute those employee counts accordingly. After that, we convert the NICS-based employee splits that we get from our data set that we purchase to SACSIM employment splits. Once all of this is complete, we add up the employee estimates at the census block level and compare our estimates with the California EDD, Census LEHD, and Bureau of Labor Statistics datasets. We all know data is never perfect, especially at this scale. On the housing side, we rely on the annual progress reports that jurisdictions submit to HCD. Sometimes this data is not complete or not consistent. On the employment side, like I mentioned, we go through an extensive cleanup and filling in gaps in the data, which is quite time consuming. We are continuously looking ways to automate and improve upon these processes. Local planned land use built out inventory. This is another major piece of data we use for our land use assumptions. For every base parcel, we assign the local planned land use designation, density, and FAR ranges as specified in the local plans here, general plans, specific plans, community plans, master plans, and so on. We then calculate theoretical or regulatory maximum development potential at the parcel level, which in turn serves as a bookend, as a guardrail when it comes to growth allocation. As you can imagine, with 28 jurisdictions and numerous land use plans, we are looking at over 1,000 unique planned land use designations. And it becomes quite challenging when it comes to mapping and reporting. So what we do is we consolidate those 1,000 plus unique land use designations into about 43 SACOG land use development types. We still retain the local planned land use designation at the parcel level, but for analysis and mapping purposes, we use these consolidated development types. We use the same development types for the base land use categories, as well as for modeling future land use growth assumptions. So we are consistent in our data sets. So here's a map that shows the consolidated land use development types. It basically took all the unique local plan land use designations and converted them into this 43 plus land use designations, land use development types. So this is a new data set that we developed for the 2025 blueprint. We now have a data set that has about 1,000 plus development pipeline projects at various stages, from pre-apps to projects that were completed since 2020. So we prioritize these parcels and projects when it comes to growth allocation, especially if they are grading or under construction. So in addition to the development status or phase, we also capture the type of development, the number of dwelling units, in some cases, if available, number of jobs associated with that development. We are hoping to keep this data up to date, and we are happy to share with you your jurisdictional pipeline inventory that we developed. We welcome any feedback that you have. And finally, the most significant data input for us is what we hear from you. With our over 830,000 parcels, we don't, despite our best efforts, we don't always get things right. So we reach out to you from time to time to get your input on our base year or built out data, or in some cases, our pipeline inventory. We sincerely appreciate your feedback and continued engagement. Thank you. And before I turn it over to Dov, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thanks, Indrani. Got Indrani, how many of those parcels have you looked at? Mostly all of them, right?
All of them, yes.
Indrani's looked at all of the parcels in the region, just to be clear. Great questions. Justine, did you have a question? Wonderful.
Yeah, I had a quick question. Two actually. So, the color codes that you used for the parcels, are those based on the LBCS codes or is that like our own color coding system?
It's our own color coding
Okay.
system.
And then the employment codes, are those based on Next codes or that's also from a different source?
So there are two set of employment codes. The one that you're seeing in the map are a translation of the local land use plan designations into SACOG development types. Then we have our own SACSIM employment categories.
Okay.
So we convert the NICS codes-based employment splits into SACSIM employment splits at the base year level.
Thank you.
All right, I saw two hands go up. We're gonna go in the back and then to Dave. All right, yes.
Hi, I'm Carlos.
Carlos, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I've noticed that out of the 200, the example you gave about employment, out of the 275 were office or employment. What consideration is there for work from home, telework? Out of those 75, maybe half of them don't show up to work in that parcel.
So we don't, so the data that we purchased does have home-based employment, but it doesn't differentiate between workers that are telecommuting or working remotely. So the count that we get is the number of employees that report to that business. So we do not have that information at the base level.
And we can talk a little bit about, so part of what, Andrani, I think you're saying, and Kyle can answer, this is about sort of gross numbers, right? And then where we look at the dynamic that the job relates to place and transportation is in a different part of the model. Do you want to talk about it for a second?
Yeah, so first we start with the employment inventory on the designated parcels where that employee is typically working. But then we do look at a typical travel day, if someone's teleworking full time, if they have a hybrid workplace, if they, such as a landscaper or someone that works, say, not at their typical resident or address of their employment, but they go off. We do all of that in the travel demand model. And so Indrani's initial part is adding up the total employment by sub-employment category on the parcel that the employee is addressed to, but then we use the travel model to reflect the different types of hybrid schedules.
Thank you.
Great question. All right, we'll go Dave and then we'll go in the back.
Yeah, for greenfield sites, like one of the maps you were showing I saw was Placer Vineyards, which is a huge greenfield site. What level of parcel disaggregation are you guys doing? Are you getting from the planners who are planning those projects and proposing those projects? Are you getting it at kind of the land use blob level that you're turning into parcels or actual subdivision requests that are coming in? I'm just curious what level, because I know in the past, a lot of times those parcels were huge and we had fun working with them, but it looked like you guys had a much higher level of detail based on the maps you were showing just now.
Although we start with the initial base parcel layer where we see that there is development happening or grading happening, and or if there is a specific plan that has more detailed parcelization, we do split up our base parcels to reflect that.
If I could just jump in. So yeah, this has been something that we've evolved our approach on over the plan cycles. And you're right, we used to do this process where you had in greenfield areas where you have massive parcels, in order to disaggregate it somewhat to reflect the actual planned land use, we would create these pseudo parcel grid cells, right? And to get some more sort of localized like travel activity and have more specificity with that. What we've done in this plan cycle is through the build out inventory, we've actually subdivided the big parcels out there to reflect the exact land use diagram of the specific plan itself. So if you have in the Placer Vineyards example, a massive parcel, but but in the actual land use diagram for Placer Vineyard specific plan, it's divided into a bunch of like medium density, low density, and there's different subdivisions. We've actually disaggregated those into individualized areas that have consistent islands of designations. I don't know if I'm totally articulating that well, but hopefully you get the idea.
And is that data you'll be able to share with folks?
Yeah, that's all in the build out. Yep. All of the data, so base year, build out, and land use assumptions are all using the same parcel geographies or disaggregated parcel geographies in these situations. So everything would be available at that scale.
Great. In the back.
Thank you, Indrani. It was really insightful. There was a slide where you talked about theoretical potential of parcels or land. What is the body of knowledge you rely on to model that, think about that, reason about that, build data around that?
Like I mentioned, it is theoretical. It's the maximum development potential. So we look at the FAR and in the case of residential development, residential densities, we take the maximum residential density allowed and multiply it by the land area to get the theoretical maximum development.
It's what's allowed, right,
Allowed
at the local level. Is that correct? You could,
Yes.
Okay, great.
And one other thing I would just jump in and say is, so the theoretical idea came from originally in our build out analysis, we were like, okay, there's theoretical, like what you could, hypothetically build, but then in some situations you have way more theoretical capacity than is like reasonable from a market standpoint, right? So you could allow a skyscraper in rural Yuba County, but it's never going to be built, right? So we had this idea of, well, we'll create, several sets of build out data where we'll have theoretical max, we'll have a market max, we'll have a zoning max. As that project got folded into the blueprint process, and there was some consternation on the local side around, who are you to say what the market is here? We ended up just kind of sticking with, okay, here's what local designations allow, and so that's the theoretical max.
I think that was the source of my question, which is the complexity of understanding what developers want at any given moment, or what the market wants. To capture that is highly complex. So I was just trying to see your thinking on that. Thank you.
All right, I saw another hand go up. Yes.
Hello, I'm Ihsan. In the parcels or the land development which is defined, do we have several scenarios that may have been answered, but I was just wondering, because you said we have like a maximum occupancy for a specific land type, land use type, and or is there like a selection of different scenarios similar to what, for example, we do in operations?
Great question.
So I just want to make sure that I understand the question. So are you talking about the maximum built out capacity that we calculate? We don't. We rely on, like I said, it's regulatory max. And as Dow said, it is not, you might not be able to reach that capacity for various reasons. So when we calculate the maximum density or maximum development potential, we rely on the what is the maximum density or FAR allowed on a particular parcel. And if we were to use that, those density and FAR calculations, what is the maximum development you could see?
I would just add, so there's that data point, right, about the maximum allowed. Do you want to, is your question also about, there is a scenario process, which we have been through, I just want to check and see if that's sort of also the underlying piece of your question. When we do all of the land use assumptions, is it also how do we land on this final one that we are in? Okay, great.
That's something
Yes.
that
Yeah.
Doug will cover in his presentation.
We're going to get there.
It's a good segue.
Yeah. We're going to also, we're curious about how do we land on the final set of assumptions. TLDR is our board decides, but we'll talk about what we bring to them and how we, how we sort of set it up. Any other questions before we jump into that? Okay. I don't see anything online. Great. Thank you so much, Indrani. Very
you.
nice.
For your time.
Quick round of applause. And we'll get Dav up here.
clicker.
You have to bring back the clicker, sorry. Thank you.
We go. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Dov Caden, so I'm on the planning and programming team here at SACOG. I manage the land use side of our plan. And so thank you, Indrani. That was a really good kind of setup here for the conversation on what we actually settle on. Those are all really, really key inputs to our process. Let's see here. There we go. So just taking a big step back for a second, when we say the 2025 blueprint, right, and what does that actually entail? At its core, that has a set of land use assumptions for how we as a region can grow between now and 2050. It has transportation investments that are married to that land use, and it has a set of policies that actually seek to implement that vision. Zach covered the triple bottom line, but this is really kind of the lens through which we're trying to make all of these decisions. And we've been doing parcel level land use planning at SACOG for a couple decades now, but it doesn't necessarily get easier. It's a pretty labor intensive process, and essentially it's a constrained allocation of units and jobs, right? At the end of the day, over a 30-year period, that when we do pair it with those transportation investments and those policies, it allows us to achieve that greenhouse gas reduction target that Zach mentioned, and some of our triple bottom line goals. We start with the regional growth forecast or projection. It's a demographic and economic based projection between our 2020 base year and our 2050 horizon. We have it's one of the first things we adopt in the process. So our board did adopt that forecast: 263,000 new jobs, 278,000 new homes, and then we're essentially taking that regional number and we're divvying it up all the way down to jurisdiction, to parcel level, right? So we're making choices about how much and what type of growth is going to happen on every one of those 800-some thousand parcels that Indrani was mentioning. And just taking a second here at the regional growth projection, it is, I think sometimes folks say, well, like you should just assume a lot more growth. You're being too conservative. We're not really being that conservative. This is the housing side. You see the blue bars, which are our annual permits every year for the last 15 years or so. And we actually just for the first time eclipsed our average annual housing growth that we have in our regional growth projections last year. Which is great. Hopefully that trend continues. We'll see as interest rates potentially catch up with us here a little bit, but it is a somewhat ambitious assumption for regional growth through 2035. It does start to trail off as we start to get in the out years of the plan, the 35 to 50-year period. This is not a SACOG issue. This is a national thing. This is a demographic thing. Household sizes are shrinking. And so we are still the fastest growing region in California based on these projections, but we are kind of seeing that growth level off towards the end of the plan period. So if you've worked with SACOG land use data before, you're familiar with these. These are our community types. This is kind of how we try to, it's a framing tool, I guess you could say, for how we think about growth across the region. So you have, these roll-up categories, centers and corridors. These are places that, think downtowns, transit station areas, rural main streets, commercial corridors. These are places that, we are anticipating and really relying on robust growth and redevelopment to achieve our goals, right? Both on the housing and the transportation side. And then established communities, these are kind of the kind of remainder of the infill areas that, or at least what we call infill at SACOG, that kind of fill in the gaps between our centers and corridors. And then you have our developing communities, so everything in purple. These are places that the region is expanding outward into potentially, right? So think kind of your greenfield specific plan type thing. And then if rural res and ag and natural lands, these are places that are probably not changing too much between now and 2050. So Zach mentioned the big spreadsheet. This is what it looks like. And it's essentially, this is really kind of the way that we communicate, I guess, our growth assumptions to our board, to the community, to local jurisdiction staff. And so we take these larger roll-up community types. We're diving a little bit deeper in and making, well, we call them sub-community types, but so you have a center and quarter in West Sacramento, we have a sub-community type of the Bridge District, right? And then there's a couple other, centers and quarters within West Sac. So this is, each row is a sub-community type. And in the spreadsheet, you have existing conditions, potential build out, and like what we're actually assuming will happen in the plan between now and 2050. We've taken that a step further this plan cycle to really try to be as transparent as possible with what do we actually mean by those sub-community types. So we have this interactive map this cycle that would really encourage you to check out. It's a really fun way to see the spreadsheet in a different way. You can query to any and slice and dice any way you'd like, to county, to jurisdiction, to roll up community type, all the metrics update on the right. So this is on our website, and we can certainly provide the link if you haven't seen it yet. So those last two are, again, how we communicate our land use assumptions to the public, to our board, to local staff. This is kind of underneath the hood here a little bit, where we are obviously taking it a step further down to the parcel level. And we're using a land use modeling software called Envision Tomorrow Online. It's hosted on our servers. And we are taking the regional place types, those consolidated land use categories that Indrani talked about, that we developed through our build out process. And we're actually painting or assigning those place types down to the parcel level. Each of those place types has, assumed units and jobs, of course. And so we're, painting growth within each sub-community type until we're achieving the control totals that are shown in the spreadsheet here. Okay, so I think good point to just pause and take a sec here. The MTP is not a general plan, right? And I think this is the biggest misconception or confusion that we get with our land use process. It is not a general plan. If we modeled all the general plan capacity across the region, we would have way, way, way too much growth than is reasonable to assume, right? So I think it's a good way of saying it, as Zach said, right? This is not a stapling exercise. We're not just putting together everyone's general plans, specific plans, master plans. We're trying to come up with a way of, if we grow and phase in this way, we can achieve our goals. So illustrating that point, looks like some of the numbers got cut off a little bit, but these are our infill areas, right? So our centers and corridors, established communities. We have a 278,000 home projection between 2020 and 2050. We could do 3 times that just in infill. And actually, this is ratcheted down to market feasible. So we could not grow a single unit into developing communities and still accommodate our growth projection. And oh, by the way, we could do the same thing with developing communities. So we could not grow a single unit in infill areas. We could grow entirely in new greenfield specific plans and still accommodate growth just with existing capacity. So there's a tremendous range, right? And sorry for the Microsoft Paint looking slide here, but I think it's illustrative. Hopefully it's basically these guardrails that Indrani is talking about, right? So you have base year on one side, 2020 existing conditions. You have build out what you could theoretically build on every parcel across the region on the right. The pipeline inventory that Indrani talked about is sort of this key input, right? Those are things that have already been built since 2020, are under construction, or have already applied, are in the entitlement process for like a tentative map and are like, we feel very confident are going to happen in the next couple of years. So those are sort of forming the guardrails. We're really operating in terms of our blueprint land use assumptions between the pipeline and the build out, right? Sometimes it's right on the pipeline. Sometimes it's all the way at build out. Sometimes it's right in between. That's kind of where we're living on the assumptions. So how do we actually figure where to land? So it's a delicate balance, right? So we're trying to be ambitious. We're trying to be achievable. So we have a statutory obligation to be achievable and reasonable with the forecast. Zach mentioned that. So we do a variety of things to try to make sure that we are being reasonable. Of course, we're staying within local general plan designations. That's, by the way, not something that every region in the state is doing. So we're happy that we're able to do that. We're looking at market factors. So on the regulatory side, so we have the local entitlement processes and sort of zoning and all of that. You also have state and federal entitlements as well. Sometimes there's HCPs, right? Greenfield specific plans that have all of their entitlements. Maybe they've already been annexed or don't require an annexation, stuff like that, those are more likely to get in, right? Just because it's more reasonable or feasible to assume that is going to happen. I think, we think a lot about the market conditions. So, places that have a strong proximity to jobs, places that have historically had maybe a little bit of a higher, pace of growth, where you have a demonstrated track record of delivering lots of units. That's an indication or a proxy that there's a very strong market for growth in that area. Infrastructure need, right? Is your backbone infrastructure paid for? Is it already in? These are all factors. And then, the policy and performance piece, right? That's absolutely critical, right? We are not trying to do a business as usual plan. We're trying to remain feasible, but achieve a set of regional goals. And so we're always kind of thinking about the policy performance piece. The key policy performance piece that we're looking at is remaining eligible for hundreds of millions of state transportation dollars, not melting the planet, achieving our greenhouse gas goals, right? That's a really key piece. And how do we do that? Well, it's mostly through reducing vehicle miles traveled. So this is referenced in Zach's presentation as well, right? This is a map you're probably familiar with, but the greener the area, the less folks are driving. These are places that we, from a performance standpoint, would really love to be able to paint growth, right? So if there's vacant and underutilized capacity and there's some semblance of a market for it and you're in the green area, probably getting painted, right? Where we're talking about the orange and the red and some of the yellow, that's where some of these other considerations are coming into play. This is just another way of, I guess, showing that last slide, but just the reality that our VMT is lower in our infill areas and higher in our new growth areas, right? So we need that red dotted line to go down. And so it's not rocket science. We need to have more growth happening in the red and the gray than we do in the purple, right? And that's not to say that we aren't or even shouldn't have developing community growth. It just means that we need to be strategic about the extent to which we're doing that and which greenfield specific plans we're talking about. So as mentioned before, the scenario process, so no scenarios in build out, right? That's a data input, but in the actual process by which we're kind of getting to an adopted set of land use assumptions, we do have a scenario process, and we call them pathways this cycle. Apologize for the slides kind of getting smushed a little bit here. But we were really trying to look at the bookends of potential ways we could grow as a region. And, as is made clear with the build out work, right, there's a big variety of ways that we can grow, right? So we wanted to really explore those. So pathway 1, which was kind of our outward expansion scenario, you can kind of think of that as early 2000s type of growth. Pathway 3 on the right, inward expansion, that was really like, to the extent, unless something's literally building today, everything else is going in infill areas, right? And then this middle pathway is really trying to basically reflect the adopted assumptions in the 2020 plan. So we actually modeled all of these. We assigned transportation investments to all of these. We had the same amount of growth in all of these, and we presented them to the public, to the board, presented an evaluation. And based on that evaluation, we developed the approach that you see on the screen for kind of narrowing in on a single set of assumptions for the plan, which were adopted in June. And this is the same basic approach that we used on the transportation side as well, as Zach mentioned. So I won't go through this again because Zach sort of already did, but the board was really, really clear that they wanted us to put something in front of them that achieved that greenhouse gas target. So that was viewed as a must, for the land use assumptions that we put before them. Of course, we wanted to remain feasible, and that's a statutory obligation. It was also just I think a big interest from the board. They don't want to be going through this really difficult politically exercise and intensive process and just putting something before them that they didn't think was possible, right? We use the term planner utopia a lot, or the board did, right? They didn't want us to put a planner utopia in front of them. So that's why we were trying to remain feasible. And then to the extent that there's flexibility after you're doing both of those things, we're, trying to solve for some performance metrics on the triple bottom line. We're trying to incorporate local feedback. This can get tricky, right? Because sometimes you have local feedback that's saying, despite these other things, we want this plan in, and that can be a difficult process, right? So, to the extent that there was flexibility, we try to incorporate that feedback. But if that local feedback based off of our modeling was going to prevent us from achieving the GHG target. You know, we're not going to take all of that feedback into the plan that we present in front of the board. Okay, so this is a slide showing the spatial distribution of housing in our adopted land use assumptions. So this is the percent of growth that's happening on the housing side in the centers and corridors and established communities, which again, we talk about as infill. In the pathways, we explored, you know, 3 really different futures. So pathway 1 had less than half of growth occurring in centers and corridors and established communities, all the way up to basically 90% in pathway 3. The adopted assumptions are slightly more compact than the last plan. So we bumped up that percentage. So pathway 2 is basically the last plan, right? Adopted land use that gets bumped up slightly. But, you know, it is actually reflecting what we're seeing on the ground. So if you look at the last 5 years of growth, we're basically 2/3 of our growth happening in infill areas. That's basically what we adopted. On the job side, the pathways ranged from 76% to 89% of new jobs occurring in those infill areas. You know, if you look at where jobs actually increased in the 16 to 20 period, it's even higher than pathway 3. It's kind of an interesting thing. And you'll see in the adopted assumptions, we went between pathway 1 and pathway 2. And so that's actually really reflecting the kind of ambitious or the policy side of the plan, right? Where we are envisioning a future where some of these developing communities are able to attract more jobs than what they have historically. And there's a performance benefit to that, right? We're trying to create complete communities. We're trying to avoid bedroom communities, right? Where you're, you know, living and then having to travel 20, 30 miles to get to where you work or play. So that's where we landed. I don't know what the time check is. How much time do we have for questions? Okay. Well, I was going to say I can stop there and just kind of start to answer some questions. The rest of my slides are mostly, you know, looking at some housing trends and how our plan compares to what's happening on the ground in terms of housing. So maybe I'll stop for a second and just take questions on what I've said so far. Happy to answer any housing questions if you're interested in that as well.
Great. I think that's good. We do have one. This came in early on in your presentation. I may have missed this. This is from online, but what is the data source used to determine growth? Census, DOF, et cetera.
In terms of recent trends, so the recent trends data is, so on the job side, it's base year to base year. Job side is very difficult to get recent trends on. So we use 16 to 20 on the job growth, recognizing that there's a lot of stuff has happened on jobs since 2020. Set that aside for a second. But on the housing side, we use annual progress reports. And actually, I think there's going to be a full presentation later today from Warren, I believe, to kind of talk about how we do that process. But we're taking permit data from local government annual progress reports and then building that into a point level inventory that is available for you all.
And just because it also says census, oh, she said, thanks. Okay, great. I was going to say growth can mean a lot of different things. So population, all the other things like that. But I think we got the question answered. All right, other questions? I think we got to the scenario piece. Yes, you're good. All right, very good. Yes, Dave.
So with what you were saying that the allocation you're able to do for 2050 is far below build out in the region. One thing I know we've always had issues with, you know, whether you work at a local jurisdiction or for local jurisdictions, you know, is modeling what the local jurisdictions want to see for future planning, which often is significantly higher than what SACOG allocates, because SACOG has to allocate amongst all the local jurisdictions. Are you maintaining a build-out database for all jurisdictions that is accessible to jurisdictions so they can use, you know, SACOG data to do their localized modeling if what they envision for 2050 or, you know, their general plan horizon might be substantially higher than what SACOG is assuming, because you guys have to smear growth across the entire region?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the build out inventory that Indrani mentioned is available for everybody. I think the build out inventory, as
she was going through consolidates local land use designations into regional land use place types. If you're operating at the local level, usually you wouldn't do that, right? You would essentially just say, why would we use these consolidated translation of our own categories when we can simply use our own categories? So that's typically what we see is I think is that local governments will use their own general plan designations. We certainly have those as a point in time, the original land use designations, but sometimes updates will happen in between 4 years, between the 4-year cycles that we update our plan on. Right. And so the local government will simply elect to portray a horizon year build out for them that is exceeding ours, and that's not uncommon.
Great. Other questions? Yes, Carlos.
Yes. So I'm curious to see what you've seen in trends that you said that you have some slides in terms of rural growth and growth outside, because it's my perception that after the pandemic, people wanted to live or were willing to live far out and move out rather than in the center. And I don't know if you've seen that actually happening. And question.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll this is maybe actually, I think what we've seen is substantial growth in gray established communities, right? So these are recent trends from 18 to 22. So it's, 23 and 24 obviously are not depicted here. But, I think what we've seen is that our infill splits, when you combine the two, are pretty much in line with what we're assuming, right? It's actually, we haven't seen this to me, like juicing of demand in these really kind of ex-urban, more developing community type plans. We have seen, I think, a lot of growth in the gray established communities, which you can kind of see here. And we have not seen, I think, and this is true historically as well, the amount of housing growth in our centers and corridors than what we would love to see from a performance standpoint. And so we have a lot of, programs, implementation programs and policies and funding at SACOG to try to change that, like Green Means Go, and many others. But I think that, frankly, is the crux of the challenge of implementing our plan is really, seeing more housing growth in centers and corridors. But to your question more specifically, I think we've seen a lot of demand post-pandemic in these gray established communities that are infill, but maybe slightly more suburban, right? And so you have a lot of these kind of maybe greenfield of yesteryear, if you will, right, that are kind of in the twilight of their build out that you saw a lot of growth in post-pandemic. But, and you can call infill whatever you want, right? But the way we say infill, those were still infill units, right? They're just kind of building out of these older plans that have really become a little bit more of a complete community and actually have pretty good performance because they're, close to the end of their build out cycle.
Great, thank you. Can I just do a quick, I guess it's a little bit of a plug about the Green Means Go program, which is for infill infrastructure, right? We talk, you raised this question of like, well, what do people want, right? Sort of these, market preferences, and then some of these other aspects of feasibility, right? Like if it's very difficult and doesn't pencil to do infill in some of those established corridors or those core zones, how does that relate to all these other factors? And so we created that Green Means Go program to incentivize and kind of get that backbone infrastructure in places where it's just not there, right? It's in the oldest corridors of some of our of the cities and big and small cities.
Yeah, and maybe one thing I would just add, right? And I know your question is more specific to kind of the location idea, but I think frequently when folks are saying that, it's sometimes a proxy for, well, people are looking for more elbow room, right? They want the bigger house further away, right? Because they're worried post-pandemic that they won't have enough space. Maybe they're working at home, they need more space at home, whatever it may be, right? Interestingly, that is not really what we have seen. And if you look at just the housing product type question, so this is location agnostic, right? This is just what types of housing products are being built. We have seen a consistent decline in the number of units that are large lot, single family as a proportion of total units, right? It used to be that was the predominant housing type in our region that we were permitting. That's gone down and down and down, which you can see on the left in gray. You know, and then you look at on the right, I know we're sort of mixing apples and oranges here. That was units that were built on the left side. On the right side, these are permitted, right? So not completed permits, but just permitted. And you've seen the proportion of units that are attached, right? So think townhome, you know, triplex, fourplex, up to larger apartment. And then we combine that with ADUs. We've seen that proportion go up and up and up to the point where we've actually hit a multi-decade high. I think this is, 2023, where almost 50% of units were either attached or ADUs in terms of those permits. So that is, I think, a trend that is bucking the expectation, I think, of a lot of folks post-pandemic that we would just see a juicing of demand, I guess, for these really large homes on large lots. And I think, you know, if I had to venture a guess, it would have a lot to do with this, right? Affordability becoming a bigger and bigger and bigger issue. Folks cannot afford a large house on a large lot. Only about a third of the region can actually purchase a median house, right? These are really driven by, I think, affordability as well as changing household composition, which in our region, as the rest of the nation, you've seen nuclear families become a smaller and smaller percentage of total households. That's going to dip below 20% by the end of our plan. And you've seen the largest, you know, household is now adults living alone or adults living with roommates. So that's fundamentally shifting, I think, the types of housing that folks are needing, wanting, and able to buy.
Great. We have up to 5 minutes for questions. If anybody else has questions, anything? I don't see anything online. Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Dov. Give him a quick round of applause. Oh. Leaving us with a complicated sort of infographic. Great. Guess what we're going to do now? We're going to go on a break. So you have a 15-minute break. There is more coffee and there are snacks in the side room here. You can go out the store. I think if Karen unlocked it, it's all right. Come back, please. What time is it? It's 10:30. So come back at 10. Yes. Oh, I forgot to say this. The slides will all be available. The recordings will be available. You can take pictures. You don't have to, but everything will be available. So please come back at 10:45 and we'll start then. Thanks.
Yes.
But, you know, just trying to think clear Yes, we are, I mean, and I think too, like just trying to understand. Right. daily. There's no one, there's no one that's in there's not, we don't want to solve it. Yeah. Right, yes. Yeah, so, yeah. And the methods I admire, right, I love Singapore, right? Yeah. You've ever been there and they're planning and, right? It's incredible. Yeah, that's not the whole way. Our generation is behind us. Especially for social studies, but they still show up. That's what they still want. Right. Like that's just not, right. That's not the future. That's not where we're going. So, you know, I have a friend, I don't know, like I said, and you know, I mean, like I think it's we all let's figure out how to make that. Well, it doesn't work. Yeah, what people are thinking about.
Hey, Brian, it's awesome. I work with Brian Gerardo. Good, how are you? Yeah, is everything going to Davis? Yeah, busy. Great. Yeah, I got, yeah, did you, conference, my first time coming, so. Okay. Yeah, was that the? Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Kind of a different, before you were sales grow, right? Okay. The one, they're all, you know, Yeah, I know they're putting that, whole weekend on, right? Yeah. Right, yeah. 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 That's still a couple years away, but you think you might get some traffic and all that. Yeah. I guess you do that with volume data. Yeah, yeah. I feel like by like El Macero, it's like how they're coming through. Yeah. There's a nugget there in Starbucks, right? Okay, like the soccer park and then, okay. Well, that's as far as you can go, right? Yeah. Yeah, well, that's cool. Maybe it was 500 flat? Yeah, that's far. It's an ambitious schedule. Just form parts, right?
3-minute warning. We'll be back on in 3 minutes. Thank you. Come on, yeah. All right, if I could have your attention, we're going to reconvene here, come back together and head upward and onward into our agenda. The next thing that we have, you'll still get to chat with folks, which is great, but I would like it if you would come and sit at a table. If you've already staked out your spot, that's fine. You can also sit at a different table if you want. All right, so next thing that we're going to do, and SACOG staff, if you want to join a group, you certainly can. That's fine. I see we've got a couple of our presenters later in the back. Hi, Eason, welcome. Yay, all right. So what we're going to do now, this is part of our interactive portion. We want to hear from you about your needs and interests. And this is a chance to connect with others at your table. If you don't know folks, share a little bit about what you're hoping to learn. You can also, and if you will go here, I'll go the next slide here. Okay. We want to explore some of the needs that we have. Again, we'll dive more deeply into tools tomorrow, but just to get this conversation started, you have some sticky notes at your table. There are also pipe cleaners. That's not a part of this activity, but if you need a fidget toy, you may use it. I'll redistribute some of the ones up here. So for our introverts, we're going to start with an individual activity, writing activity, so you have a little time to think. So you've got some sticky notes on the table. There are some pens. If you need more, just raise your hand. Want you to think about those prompts on the right. What are you hoping to learn over the next 2 days? What tools have you successfully used? What are your unmet data modeling tools needs that you have? What's working well? What's not working so well? What do you want to get out of today? Want you to think about that and write a couple of sticky notes. Write a couple ideas down. Then you can share at your table. We'll have some time to talk about it. We know that some of you are really familiar with some of these tools. You're using them all the time. Some folks are new. So this is a chance to learn about use cases right at your table. We'll be sharing some, but we think that, this is a data community. So we often learn about how other people are doing things and applying things just as much as you all learn from us. So take a moment, get your sticky note, write down your ideas. This also helps us. It helps us today and tomorrow. It also helps us in future years, right? If there are things that you are thinking about. So there's a couple of flip charts up on the wall. When you have talked a little bit, I'll prompt you, but talk a little bit. You can either send someone with all your sticky notes. You can each get up and move around a little bit more to get those up there, and then we'll take a look at those after, and we'll just kind of read some about, and we'll talk about some of them. If there are questions that you have that you want answered, Kyle will try to answer some of those, but we'll get as far as we can before we head off to lunch. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about what we're going to do? Okay. Just flag me down if you need me. Let's go.
that a requirement? Seems to be the way most of the offices end up.
No. We'll give it just a couple more minutes at your tables. If you hadn't had a chance to write down your ideas, please do so and get them up on the flip chart, and then we'll share out. All right. This is your chance for your mad dash to put your Post-its up. Just kidding. You can put them up at any time. But we are gonna pause here and see what folks shared. All right, Kyle, would you go over to the Post-it notes on that side? Putting him in a tough spot here. All right, let's look at what some folks put up here. All right. I've got looking to evaluate SACOG data that may be also be useful for city planning purposes and modeling. Okay, I think we can help with that. And more details on land use growth and types of transportation projects assumed. So we can get into that. I think we'll probably dive a little bit more over the course of today and tomorrow, but you are always more than welcome to connect with Dov and Indrani and Zach about land use pieces and transportation. They are available. Catch them today. I'll just go ahead and make this announcement now while we're doing this. You are invited to an informal happy hour after today. At the end of today, we'll start at about 4 down at Mojo's. We'll remind you again. So if you want to come and talk a little bit more, you're welcome to do that. Let's see. Ongoing disruption and adaptation in how people travel. Example, work at home. WAH, got it. Not work from home, but all of it, right? And how to track that, and what's the role of Replica. So who's doing our big data? Is Warren doing our big data today? All right, so Warren, he came in here a little bit ago. He'll be talking about that today. And then is our hands-on demo today? Is that today?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's today.
Our hands-on demo in the late afternoon will be diving into how to use Replica. So if this is your question and you want to look at work from home, bring that to that hands-on demo so that you can play around with what they've got. Kyle, what's over there that you see? Are there any questions that you feel like you can answer?
Yeah, I guess high level on what are we hoping to learn. There seems to be a lot of trends. I want to learn more about SACSIM. I want to learn more about what tools are accessible to me. We have also how will SACSIM be optimized in the future with parallel computing and quantum computing.
Ooh,
I'm hoping the
what's
room can answer
parallel
that for
computing?
us.
Isn't this parallel like, sorry.
Quantum
I don't know
computing.
anything about that.
Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I have an answer for that. We have worked with UC Berkeley, and they've integrated some of our tools into their quantum computing machine and modeling. So yeah, there's definitely some open source stuff we could share.
Cool.
It's not on SACSIM, but it's available. Also, how to better understand the region's trip lengths are calculated. Quite a few more on tools and data, specifically. These are tools they've used: GIS, census data, maps, and screening maps, and then some unmet needs, more modeling and transportation demand information, and they want more maps.
More maps.
Who is this person?
More maps.
I think we all want more maps on the data modeling team.
I'm married to a cartographer, so we have a lot of maps. So yeah. Cool. Can I do one over here real quick, just because it's a plug? No questions, just a fan of the models. Cool. Thanks, y'all. Thanks. Great. Let's talk a little about trip lengths. So I was walking around the tables and I heard a question, particularly out of, let's say, the westernmost part of our region over in Yolo County, and trip lengths that have to do with travel outside of the region. Of course, there are other directions that people go, but there's a big pull towards the Bay Area. Can you talk at all about kind of how trip lengths and kind of movement in and out of the region is handled? I know you're going to do SACSIM a little bit, but give us a little bit.
Sure. I'll try to keep that brief, but it's a large question.
Yeah.
So as some of you probably know, regional models have a boundary, right? There's an edge. We often kind of in the modeling world call this an edge effect, where you essentially truncate a portion of the trip when it hits that boundary. There's also a bit of a user input at those boundaries. It's a friction factor. So folks are traveling to the Bay. We know the travel volumes there, but it's not as sensitive to all the land use changes, and we can't capture. Are you traveling to Vacaville or are you traveling to San Francisco? And in a VMT SB 375 and specifically SB 743 world, that's really important to understand. So that's actually where we have been incorporating some of the Replica platform, which is, I believe our model reaches all of California and Nevada. And so we're able to look at where those trips are going, the full complete trip length. And what we've done, if you're familiar with our SB 743 screening map, is we tried to post-process kind of that a portion of the trip that's outside the region and estimating what that average is. So you're not essentially losing portion of the trip. For our purposes that Dov and Zach talked about earlier around SB 743, we're specifically looking at the trips that occur within the region. So for that, we capture the full length, and we just caution practitioners to be mindful if your projects are on the edge of the model, and to think about what your project may do to mega region or freight or trips that may go outside of those boundaries.
Cool. If we want more, we'll get in more with SACSIM. I'll just say too, Zach talked a little bit about what we did in the last year legislatively to shift the timeline of our MTPSES, but part of what we did there was also align some schedules a little bit closer to MTC, which is the Metropolitan Transportation Commission in the Bay Area, and a little bit with SACOG. So kind of that mega region perspective and integrating. Is Dov going to say that's not right on the data? Is that true? That we got a little bit more aligned? Yes. Okay. Thumbs up. Yes, we did that. So just to kind of give a perspective of where we are in our cycle and how that relates to other planning cycles in adjacent regions. I have a couple over here hoping to learn overall process of SACOG. Oh yeah, we'll try to get as far as that. And how to give SACOG the best data for the blueprint. Thank you for putting that. I think that's great. We're always trying to have that two-way communication about, how can we communicate what's needed. You heard some of those key pieces, underlying pieces for the land use assumptions, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the transportation. But please let us know, right, if you're hearing information that helps you do that, or what else you would need to be able to give the best data for the blueprint. I've got SB 743 over here, SACOG VMT, SACSIM. What does this put? Okay, we've used the outputs, but not directly. We want to know what goes into the travel demand model and how is safety taken into consideration in regards to the TDM. Do you want to talk a little bit about safety for a second?
Sure. I think it's a great question. I know we've discussed this a little bit with SACRT, specifically around transit levels dropping due to, at least in part, safety concerns after the pandemic. Currently, we don't have a way to forecast that on our travel demand model. I'd love to hear from the room if anybody's working on projects, how you are analyzing safety. I've heard a little bit from the Bay Area working around BART stations. But it's certainly something we're interested in, trying to better understand safety. We have worked on a couple additional safety tools. We have one submitted for TRB at the moment. I'm going to put Darren on the spot, and maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. I guess this is like sort of two types of safety we're talking about, like personal safety, like walking down the street, and how that can affect your travel behavior and route choice and so forth. But on sort of the collision side of it, I've been working on a model that takes as inputs sort of vehicle miles traveled, roadway types, roadway characteristics, land use characteristics, a bunch of other factors, and tries to predict within a small area, like a neighborhood size area, how many collisions will happen. And it's and like Kyle said, it's out for review by TRB, so it's not fully baked, but the idea is that you can try to predict if you change the land use, like a land use scenario or a suite of transportation projects, you can try to predict how those changes will increase or reduce collisions, and also where those collisions happen. So, yeah.
Interesting. Thanks. I think I've gotten through a lot of these that are
Do
on
you
here.
mind if I hold one more on this topic? Does
Yeah.
anybody in the room have any experience trying to incorporate safety into their forecasts? John, I see your hand almost
Yeah,
raised.
well, tentative. You can use the one on the table. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, just press the button.
Oh, yeah, I've been asked by another MPO client to incorporate aspects of SCAG's safety prediction model into theirs, but it's going to be just portions of it, and probably not as baked as Darren's project. I would fear. See
Great.
how it goes.
Well, so there's SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments. It sounds like they have a safety prediction model if you want to check that out. I'm sure Darren has looked at that if you wanted to dive deep with him on that. All right, well, let's hear a little bit more. So you put those up. Thank you. Let's hear a little bit more from the tables, a little bit behind some of the comments that you put up, things that we haven't talked about. What were you thinking of when you put that? Do you have one more?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a good one.
Okay.
That I think we can ask Ibrahim if he's available. I lost it, but we want to better understand how we can use the data and analysis from SACOG for county planning on a regular basis. How do we ask for that information, and how do we access the data?
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. So the best way to access the data is to first check if it's available. And if it's not there, you can find it on our website. We'll link you to our data resource center. And if it's not there, we have a data request form where you can ask for specific data. We have a set of questions that will try to understand more what type of data you need, and we'll contact you on exactly what's available and how soon we can get it to you. Is that
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would really encourage you to check out our info center. We're gonna distribute QR codes for that, and The info center has multiple parts to it. Partly it's our data portal, which we will talk about later in the afternoon, our travel model documentation, and some SB 743 support as well.
Great. Thanks. You're going to hear from Ibrahim and we're going to record it. Later, he'll go do, he'll walk you through it and so you'll have it for later, excuse me. Anything else? We have just a couple more minutes. We're going to dive into Kyle's presentation on SACSIM. Other needs, other things that are sort of just like really pressing in your mind for today? Anything from you, Ryan? No, you're good? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We'll keep these up and maybe group them a little bit. They really help us, again, sort of figure out where we need to tailor in. And we will later, we'll think about specific tools. So from these, I heard a couple of things, but safety was one, maybe some VMT stuff. I'm not totally sure. I'll take a look at more closely at the sticky notes. So let's go to SACSIM. Karen, can you go to the next slide? You're gonna grab your notes. All right. Oh, I have an audience poll. I forgot. Okay. So we're going to do a quick, so it's the same QR code that we used before. Let me pull it up. So let's just see what we've got. Oh dear, hold on one second. Okay, so we want to know, how familiar are you with these particular data and tools? Excuse me, one second. Oh, come on. All right. Okay, so on the left, we have not familiar at all. And on the right, we have I have used it. So you get to sort of tell us where you are. Got a couple of thumbs up. All right. 25 folks. For folks online, the same link should work. And I did want to say, I saw the chat, the Q&A from Stephen. Thank you. I want to learn about transit data and telework data and how those are incorporated into SACSIM. And I'd like to know all the data sources that SACSIM use to validate and calibrate. All right, well, good thing we're going to talk about that next. Okay, this is your last chance. So we're not as familiar with DASIM. Is that a surprise to you, Kyle?
Not a surprise.
Not a surprise. Okay. And some of us are in the middle on SACSIM. So great. You kind of know what the room looks like. So we'll get right into it. Karen, will you go ahead and just share over mine?
I think turn it on and off. All right, there we go. I'm 0 for 2 with the remote.
It's all right.
Be on, right? Ta-da! There we go. All right. Thanks for bearing with me. So, yeah, so this portion is an introduction to SACSIM, which is our travel demand model. I should probably note that for some of you that have attended these before, a lot of this might be familiar to you. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing quite a bit of a deeper dive. So for some folks, this might be a lot of information. And for some folks, this might be just the tip of the iceberg. So we encourage you to kind of think through those questions. As Alex has mentioned, we have kind of ongoing Q&A. So if these questions come up now, please enter them in and we'll try to either address them today or tomorrow. But yeah, kind of want to give that in mind. I also want to mention that Zach and Dov mentioned we have our blueprint. This is our MTPSCS, our planning document. They talked about in detail kind of how we do the housing forecast, develop the population, where that's going to go. But then we need to model the performance. And so that's really where kind of connecting the dots. Where's SACSIM, our travel demand model? It's not our only tool, but it's one of our larger tools. It's kind of our mallet or sledgehammer that we use to model performance for our planning purposes. That being said, I know that there's a lot of uses for SACSIM, and so we kind of want to touch on that a little bit of the other use cases. All right, so why do we use a travel demand model? As mentioned earlier, as an MPO, SACOG is responsible for maintaining the 6-county regional travel demand model. This is part of the CTC guidelines, and we do this in order to meet both the state and federal requirements. So specifically for the long-range plan to model SB 375 requirements to achieve our greenhouse gas target. And we also do this in consultation with ARB, which requires us to publish methodology, results, and key assumptions, all facets of our travel demand model as part of our long-range plan. So all of that is available to everyone. We update that every 4 years. In this particular cycle, it's a 5-year plan. So I know some of you may be waiting for the new model, but it is coming, and Zach shared a schedule of early next fall is when we should have the final plan approved. So our primary uses for the blueprint specifically is for the development and evaluation of projects and plans. We look at transportation improvements. We use the model for land use development projects, system-wide packages of transportation improvements. So you can look at multiple projects at once, which can be difficult with just your typical calculator tools. And we look at area-wide changes in land use. The model also is used to fill the gaps, if you will, with real data. So no agency, including SACOG, even though we pride ourselves in having a lot of data, has counts and surveys for all empirical roadways, given that it's a large area. And we use the model really to press these areas and fill in the gaps of knowledge, if you will. So I mentioned we use our model primarily for our long-range plan or blueprint or MTP-SCS, Sustainable Community Strategy, to evaluate projects. So we look at project screening and phasing, meaning when is a project needed to come online based on the need from the land use planning or congestion needs. We can use the model to do benefit cost analysis. We also look at overall regional plan performance. This includes VMT or vehicle miles traveled, but we also look at congestion, change in mode share, transit riderships, as well as a variety of other performance metrics. The model also is used at SACOG to do a lot of grant evaluations and help apply for applications. Some of you all may have used some of the model performance outputs for that. We also use it for increasingly more on equity analysis and economic development impacts. The second one I have listed here is the Clean Air Act. This is our air quality conformity. So not only do we look at greenhouse gases, but we look at a variety of other emission factors. We submit this as part of our blueprint, but also to stay in compliance with our federal documentation. And then just briefly, SB 375, or the greenhouse gas reduction target that's been talked about quite a bit in today. So those are kind of our main uses. I want to touch on, because this has been brought up over the last couple months, that SACSIM model is open and transparent. It's then used to develop submodules. You may have heard them from different names, but it's really, because it's updated every 4 years based on our forecast, the land use planning, and the fiscal constraints of the plan. It's really used all over the region. The model is used for general plans. I think a great example is Elk Grove just came out with the general plan. Their input assumptions are different, but their underpinning Elk Grove model, who I know some of the consultants use, is using SACSIM. And so this is kind of a value we can add to the local jurisdictions that we update the model every 4 years and allows them to stay in compliance. Specific plans also use SACSIM in order to evaluate the land use impacts on the existing network. They use this in EIRs and CEQA documents throughout the region. And then finally, last but not least, also transportation impacts analysis. You may have heard there's a lot of managed lane studies going on, even smaller, just TIA. What is this pedestrian crossing, or that might be a little small, but what is this trail going to be added? Often use our regional model as kind of the foundation of all of the planning. So I just want to kind of emphasize that even though SACOG is not necessarily part of your project, the data and kind of the underlying baseline is utilized in a lot of planning around the region. So I guess overall, big picture, why do we use the travel demand model? We're trying to predict human travel behavior, which is really difficult, and ultimately forecast that demand on the transportation infrastructure. SACOG's travel demand model, the latest iteration, we're calling SACSIM 23. I believe this is our 6th iteration of our activity-based model. And a lot of the similarities to, if you're familiar with the traditional 4-step model, but as the name infers, we model activities opposed to trips. So the real reason that we use, or there's many reasons, but one of the main reasons we use an activity-based model is so we can better evaluate investments and policies that may be difficult to test using traditional 4-step or sketch level planning models. So SACSIM, this is a nice little key fun fact I like to bring up, and kind of that we're on the shoulders of some of the giants that I know some of them are in the room. But this was the first activity-based model to be implemented in an MPO. So we're really proud of that. I believe it was 2008, but everybody raise their hand if I have my year wrong. 06. Okay, thank you. Adopted in 2008 MTP. We're both right. All right, so I promise I will kind of, this is one of the more detailed slides of the day. Maybe there's one more detailed one, but I do want to, because this is a modeling conference, I want to play a little bit of the ode to the system itself. So like I mentioned, SACSIM is an activity-based model, and the key concept here is simulations. So SACSIM includes our primary submodule, which is DaySim, that operates on what we define as kind of a true simulation. There's a lot of key aspects to a simulation model. First, it's agent-based or person-based, meaning that we can look at the aggregate or system-wide outcomes that build from an individual person. So we can model people opposed to just looking at trips from one origin or to another destination. So that's really important to incorporate understanding travel behavior and incorporating kind of population and demographic data into understanding how we model the behavior onto the network. The second one is time. So we explicitly account for time in, I believe it's 5-minute intervals in DaySim. And this is built off of a time of day trip diary. So that allows us to look at the activity's duration plus travel time and how that fits within a given weekday period. And finally, we get predicted outcomes that are subject to a random effect. So the exact same inputs could generate slightly different results. This is by design. I know as a practitioner, this can often be difficult to explain or troublesome when we hear kind of a range. We're often asked by policymakers to get one finite number, which is why we use a lot of averages. But as an activity simulation, that is intentionally part of the simulation itself, that any given simulation will have some form of range in outcomes. So the DaySim submodule, it's really the true core of the demand portion, how that land use and travel options interact with the population and the demographics to decide how people travel. This is different than some of you traffic engineers and consultants may be familiar with a traffic simulation model, which focuses on the supply. In other words, the performance of that system roadway and how it can accommodate a fixed number of demands. So typically the order of operations is you would run a demand model to understand the demand from a given population and land use, and then you can further refine that to a specific project supply model, often known as a micro simulations or dynamic simulation. So how does it work? It's a lot. It's very complicated, but I think we can really boil it down to three primary inputs: land use, population, and transportation systems. Land use referring to the housing and jobs that Indrani shared with us earlier. We break these out by density, housing type, sub-employment sectors, and then the other key part is proximity to one another, right? Those geographies and how close they are. The second one is population. So how many people in the region are there? I believe there's about 2.3 million today, and in our region, we're close to 3 million by the horizon of our plan. If that's right, I'm looking at you, Dov. All right, great. Also, the population, what are those demographic characteristics? What's the age? What is the household income? How many cars do they typically own? Auto ownership. These all impact our travel behavior. So then based on these socioeconomic factors and land use characteristics, we're able to generate the demand of travel, or the need and desire to travel in a given scenario. And finally, we load that to the transportation system. So what does the transportation system mean in our SACSIM world? These are the roads, the bridges, trails, transit infrastructure. And then we bring that all together using that trip diary, using activities. So if an activity would be someone traveling to work, dropping the kids off at school, going to shopping or a recreational activity. And then that's what becomes ultimately the baseline that we can determine levels of congestion, number of people on the roadway, transit ridership, and really get the performance assessment to ultimately evaluate a particular transportation system. So I think I'm gonna gloss over this slide because Davin and Indrani did a much better job than I can, but a little more detail on the land use. As they mentioned, we forecast our land use at the parcel level using a tool that's Envision Tomorrow. And I think probably the key thing here, if you're familiar with, other travel models, is we do in fact model at the parcel level into our travel demand model. This is often aggregated up in other models. There's pros and cons to both, but we are currently modeling at the parcel level, at least within our given DaySim simulator. So the second part of that is population. So we develop what we call a synthetic or representative population, which means one record per person in the population that's modeled. This file is synthesized using ACS demographic data. So we know a person's gender, age, household income, worker status, and then we look at additional details that we use the micro sample, which is also known as PUMS, which is the personal records developed by ACS, but it's a true but smaller sample for the region. So we look at this at typically the track level, but we've also incorporated some block group and smaller levels. My colleague Ibrahim Atani is going to talk about this in detail and tomorrow afternoon, I believe. And then we take this and we build the synthetic population, which provides a pool of anonymized personal level records that we're able to use to represent the overall total population of the region. So our current model is based on a pre-pandemic 2020 for the blueprint. We use a kind of 5-year average estimate, some 2016 to 2020 ACS data to represent that. Typically we get this at block group, but we really focus on kind of what level we feel comfortable with the data. And so I think that's a kind of an important thing for practitioners, is just because you can go to the person level, we want to really make sure we feel confident in the data sets themselves, which usually block groups from the census are 600 to 300 people is kind of a good rule of thumb that they have. So from this ACS data, we create a marginal file at the track level. I think I'm going to skip over a little bit of this because, as I mentioned, Ibrahim's going to talk in detail of kind of how we forecast this, but ultimately we get this population with demographic and data included for every person in the region.
And if anyone has questions throughout, just please throw your hand up. No worries about interrupting. Thanks.
Right. Let's skip over this. So as I mentioned, the third component is the transportation component or the supply side. We have three primary inputs that we are able to have in the model: roadways, transit, and then bike and walk infrastructure. Those are our three networks. We break out the roadways in SACSIM into 22 different capacity classes. These include freeways, several different capacity classes for different types of urban arterials. We look at rural roadways, collectors, so neighborhood, kind of coming out of neighborhood streets. And then we break up by different types, such as an HOV lane or a metered ramp. These capacity classes are used for us to understand capacity, or the vehicles per lane per hour, for each of those given types. And that in turn helps us understand how much flow can happen on that roadway. We also have speeds, referring to free flow speed. Typically, it's an 85th percentile of travel speed on a roadway. We've actually done a deeper dive on the speeds as well, and this is going to be talked about kind of how our latest update is using some big data from, in particular, NPN RDS data source, and how we're able to kind of incorporate that into this latest SACSIM model. Lanes, number of lanes, again, helps determine capacity. And then starting with our SACSIM 19, we incorporated toll attributes, so managed lanes and how they can operate onto the system. The second is transit. So transit, we were able to do kind of break it into three different categories. The first is the type of transit service type. Secondly, we look at headways. And then third, the travel time. So service types can include fixed route transit. We don't have a paratransit or on demand on the model. We do look at light rail, and we break out local buses. And this is typically looked at by, like, what's the frequency of the stops for a local bus. There you'd see a lot more stops closer together versus, say, a commuter route that may have less far in between stops, but they can also go on portions of the freeway. We do have some capabilities to model streetcar for future forecasts. It's always a little bit tricky, but it is in there. And then we also do park and ride locations in the model, and we can also include, I think of them as kiss and ride, but there's perhaps another term kind of for a quick drop-off area. So I mentioned the headways. So we look at headways in 5 different time periods. So you can imagine a bus route on a commuter route might only go in a couple times a day, say not midday, but in the AM and PM. So we can incorporate the change in that daytime and how they operate, the number of frequency, and then travel time. So we look at not just the duration of in-vehicle time, but we also consider the travel time to walk to transit, initial wait times at the stops, what the time is for the transfer wait time, say you're going from one bus to another, and then walking to your final destination. This is really important when we're looking at somebody's mode choice. If they're going to jump in their car or if they're willing to use transit, we need to consider all of these additional time factors into modeling the kind of the desire to utilize the transit system. And then for in-vehicle times, we do load the congested roadway times, and that's factored as part of the in-vehicle time for transit operations. I guess I should also mention that as part of this new model, we are looking, because there's some projects out there, I think the first one is going to be Stockton Boulevard, looking at transit-only right-of-way and how we can model that. So that's incorporated in SACSIM 23. We also can model bike networks and walk networks. These are similar. We can't do class 4 or kind of off on street but buffered bike lanes. That's not reflected in the model, but we look at class 2, so typical bike lanes, class 1s, so a bike trail, and then we look at walking networks. So the way that we model a walking network is we essentially allow walkers to walk on any street that's not a freeway ramp or a freeway itself. And then there's no directionality. So if it's a one-way street in, on L Street right here, you can walk both directions. So it's a little more coarse at a regional level for walking and biking. I think the other thing that we have, I should mention in the bicycle is we have areas where we call them kind of gauntlets. So a freeway overpass, right? There's a higher, if you're familiar with LTS, there's a higher factor that it's uncomfortable. And so we're able to kind of add an additional cost to those types of links. Yes, Dave.
One thing that's been really difficult in past versions, and I'm hoping might be available soon, is do you see in this version or anytime soon availability for output networks that actually have walk as a mode on an output network, or easily accessible transit output networks? Because right now, I mean, there are networks that are generated by SACSIM, but they're not, at least for transit, they're not easily openable in Cube. And I'm just wondering if, especially for walk and bike, because right now we really just get those trips in the matrices between zones and in outputs between zones, but not on actual links, unless I'm missing a capability that is there.
Yeah, it's a good question. So currently the bike and walk, I think the short answer is no. It's just given the amount of data we have in, we're always a little more cautious about the bike and walk trips. We try to kind of supplement any additional data. There's often not as many bicycle counters out there. It's something we'd like to look in. We have some pedestrian counters around the region. So we'd like to further refine that, but we often caution that, as you mentioned, it's kind of typically seen as we know the mode split and it's the remainder of the trips. For transit, we have been trying to have a better way of visualizing transit. Darren, I don't know if you can maybe jump on and just kind of share quickly the transit outputs that we've been conveying in the new interface of Cube.
Are you referring to like, because tomorrow I'll be actually sharing a tool that it's a single, one-stop shop where you can enter a, Cube's text transit line file and it just converts it in a single step into like a GIS feature class, and it has attributes like frequency, and you can. Is that a little better? I talk loud anyway. So that's I think that's one way to kind of facilitate getting some of the data into a more ready form. Talking about your comments on the bike and walk networks, I forgot what I did, but I did make a map that actually showed sort of for bicycling what the effective travel time was, considering all the factors that SACSIM puts into giving like a bike level of traffic stress. I'll have to remember how I did that, but if you email me about it, I'll try to refresh my memory. Thanks.
Yeah, so thanks. So a little bit more to hear from Darren on that tomorrow. Also, I think in terms of visualizing it, one thing that we've really tried to overhaul in this last SACSIM iteration is doing a much better connection with our GIS platforms. So the model network, if you've ever opened it up, I added this slide because some of our staff at SACOG mentioned we've never seen what does the model look like. So it is a GIS interface. You can kind of see it's a crude representation of the roadways. And we have updated it to the newest Cube version, which does allow base maps and can be a little more closer to true shape. So that's good. But then, as Darren mentioned, we've also integrated a lot of our tools to be represented in other GIS platforms such as open source, or we're Esri shop here, so we're able to do a lot more visualization in the web maps. And all of those tools that we use should be available to you all. Yes.
Yeah, and just following up on that question, and this is maybe a question for folks who are interested in that. I guess do you think there's enough like network detail to actually show walk trips or bike trips assigned? And is there any plan to increase the amount of network detail and have more streets represented directly in the model in the future?
I think the short answer is for this iteration, additional detail has not been included. We're always interested in going to what we call a true shape network. There's potential that we may be able to do that. We've looked at kind of the cost, the pros and cons in this last iteration of switching completely to true shape. Right now, we've been doing it more at an ad hoc basis. So if there's an area like, say, City of Sacramento came out with Grid 3.0, which is their downtown specific kind of detailed area, we'll further refine that area as we know more information. But we have not looked at doing a complete overhaul simply because at the moment we don't feel like there's great data sources for bicycle and pedestrian to feel more confident about that's intersection to intersection level of detail.
But when you say true shapes, you're talking about like in all streets, because right now it's collector maybe and above, right? That's represented, and all the local streets are pretty much not represented.
That's right. So right now we represent collectors and above. So if you think of your neighborhood and you load onto a kind of a major street, we would assume all those houses load onto the network together. We have a true shape network similar to what you might use on Google Maps. We use OpenStreetMaps for Replica. So we have that network, but we don't know the travel on those particular roadways. So at the moment, we feel more confident that we know all the folks from this neighborhood are loading onto this major street, but we don't know how you walked from your house to the major street.
Is the collector and up network that Bruce was talking about, is that being, you're saying it's linked to GIS at this point? Is that still the stick network that we've all been used to, or is that moving to a network with curves and real representation?
It's a little bit of both. So our GIS team has done a great job of using more true shape. You can imagine we're also talking about a lot of future projects, right? So even if we purchase some data, these future projects that all the local agencies have, they're not going to be drawn. And so our GIS team has spent a lot of time painstakingly drawing based on specific plans and other kind of any information we have to reflect those projects. And what we've really done is create a kind of a conflation or a relationship link between what we model back to a more user-friendly GIS interface. So a portion of those are much better reflected and drawn as true shapes, but not the entire network. But I would say if you're familiar with using SACSIM and kind of opening up the hood like this, you'll see the new version is quite a bit more refined. We have about 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to skip ahead. So this is kind of, I talked a little bit about the overall model and how they combined, but how does it actually work? This is a kind of an illustration of a typical household and how we reflect the modeling. So let's say, just as an example, we have a household with 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. And in the morning, they take the kids, one of the parents takes the kids to school. That parent, after dropping the kids off, then goes to an office for work. They may go travel to lunch, come home, or go back to the office, go back and pick the kids up, and then drive home. Let's say the other parent goes to a more regional job center, say a more downtown Roseville area further from their home. On their way home, they go to the grocery store and they come home. after work, there maybe is kids baseball practice, and then they come home. This is kind of in essence how we analyze a daily trip activity for all the people and all the households in the region. So when we add this day up, ultimately we had 17 person trips, 11 vehicle trips, and 45 vehicle miles traveled. And that's kind of the core essence of how the activity-based travel model works. I mean, I know I'm very much simplifying for some folks in the room, but I think it's kind of helpful to kind of think about that trip diary. So before we evaluate the model, it's really important for us to look at how do we know the model is reasonable. So we go through, we mentioned a lot of kind of the development process. This is every 4 years, we work on updating the model. This particular iteration, we did a full revamp of the DaySim model based on the 2018 Household Travel Survey. We then go through a calibration process, adjusting specific parameters based on observed data points that we may be able to have. And then finally, we go through a validation process. So looking at empirical data such as traffic volumes or transit ridership counts, and making sure that our base year is reasonably reflecting the reality in those numbers. We also do a sensitivity testing. So this ensures SACSIM is reasonably sensitive to key factors. Mentioned demographic data such as income and age. We know those people travel differently. Where there's research available, we test, is the model sensitive to changing these factors? Additionally, land use, different density types, mix of housing, and then different transportation types. What's the accessibility to jobs? What's the street patterns? Is it kind of a suburban lollipop shaped cul-de-sac, or is it a more of a downtown grid? And we know that those have impacts to how people determine to travel. So we did a sensitivity report. Our latest report was done by DKS, and John Gibbs will present a little more detail on some of the findings that will also be readily available for you all to use. Finally, we do a lot of review and repeat, similar to what the land use forecasting team mentioned in the blueprint land use session. We do a lot of local feedback. There's a lot of back and forth. We also have our governing bodies, ARB, FHWA, working with Caltrans and other and transit agency partners to really kind of vet and constantly improve. I should also mention this user conference is really valuable for us to kind of hear feedback as to how you're using the model, and do you think it's reasonable for your projects, and what can we improve on. So I want to kind of quickly touch on a couple of the new features, new meaning either this model or the next one that we've added in. We have managed lanes, which allows a kind of a dynamic traffic assignment along managed lane facilities. This is currently being used for a number of projects throughout the region. We also have looked at a pay-go fee. So what's a mileage-based user fee, whether it's the statewide RUCs, a regional fee, looking at different local cordon or congestion pricing. The model has the capabilities to do these different types of analyses. And telework was mentioned earlier today. So in this latest version of SACSIM, SACSIM 23, we have incorporated telework as a primary module where we can look at how different types of teleworkers, whether it be they work from home full time, a hybrid, they go into the office part-time a day, and how that might affect VMT. You can see on the left, this is input ACS data where telework has drastically changed. And on the right is an output of some of our travel demand model testing where we can look at different changes in VMT by those teleworkers. We also can look at autonomous vehicles. This was discussed a little bit in some of the breakout, but the penetration of autonomous vehicles is rather unknown. So it's very difficult for us to say what's going to happen, but we have added the capabilities onto the model so we can do different testing. This table kind of quickly reflects some of those parameters and those key assumptions within the model for autonomous vehicle testing. And then For application of the model, Davin and Johnny shared a little bit of our blueprint. We really use it to evaluate the performance of different transportation projects. This is an image of the three scenarios: the infill development versus outward expansion or business as usual. We looked at to come to the ultimate blueprint preferred scenario. This is kind of a detailed map looking at specific projects, specific projects, and looking at their kind of volume capacity and congestion compared to where you can see, and I know they're a little small on the slide, but the red dots of where the land use is assumed. So this helps us really determine kind of how those projects are in and the phasing of when they're needed by. This was touched on earlier, SB 375, we do a lot in VMT analysis. This is probably one of the primary uses our model is used for. This is also readily available on our websites for use. I'll kind of skim over these, kind of some additional use cases, looking at transit accessibility and VMT by different types of areas. We also use the model as kind of the key input into our emission modeling. So I mentioned conformity analysis earlier, greenhouse gas, SB 375. These are requirements that we need to evaluate. We use a CARB's MFACT model to do the emission modeling itself, but the key input of vehicles in the fleet and vehicle miles traveled is developed from SACSIM. So with that, these are just a couple of reference links. We have a modeling webpage. We also have SACSIM modeling documentation and user guide, which gets to much more detail on some of the areas I glossed over. And then we've been building our past user conferences, slides, and presentations online. So highly encourage you to check out these resources. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Quick round of applause. There's a lot in there. You'll see that there are a couple of deeper dives on some of these topics. I know that Easton's going to go over some of the updates and very interesting, some of those curved lines that we're talking about. What does it really look like? Any questions about SACSIM for right now? Yes, in the back.
This might be a noob question, but are there mechanisms to reason about or incorporate prior traffic data in against benchmarks that local jurisdictions might have created using SACSIM?
So we use, I want to make sure I understand the question correctly. We use local jurisdictions traffic data to validate the model. So in other words, we reach out to all of the local agencies and their consultants that are typically doing traffic studies, and we bring together a traffic database, and we evaluate, are we able to, in our base year model, reflect what those traffic volumes are. So for that, we do rigorous testing. We're going to be talking about that a little bit tomorrow. We also have started to incorporate speed data into that as well. So are the speeds reflected in the model? But you can imagine that as you disaggregate or you go further into, a 1 hour period, it gets more difficult to have that in. So we use it for validation. It's more difficult to put in as an input. That's part of our model development process.
Great. I've got a couple online, and if we don't get to them right now, we will answer them later. We'll get back to you. Absolutely. We've got, what model outputs are used by SACOG to estimate GHG changes?
So primarily passenger vehicle and light truck VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. So we're able to get that type of VMT within the region. And then we use MFACT, which is CARB's emission models, and they have a fleet distribution. So they look at the distribution using DMV data and a variety of other sources. And CARB is the California Air Resource Board, and they determine the latest fleet fuel efficiency. So what percent of those are EVs, what percent of them are hybrids, what's the average combustion gasoline emission vehicle. And we use their models to ultimately to calculate the emissions. I should also mention we use speed is a factor as well from SACSIM to calculate those greenhouse gas emissions.
Great. I've got one more online. What is the relationship between SACSIM and MTC Travel Model 1, except for covering different geographical areas? Are these two models, these two models basically have the same structures?
So if some of the consultants know in the room, I believe MTC1 or their model is likely a 4-step model. One is their activity-based model. Thank you. So if that's the case, they should be similar, but I can't speak to all facets of the MTC model.
Okay, thank you. So both activity-based models, but beyond that, we don't manage that model, so we're not 100% sure of all
That's right. Most of our coordination, so there is a lot of coordination in terms
Sure.
of model development. Similar, we work with different consultants, and we also often are asked, challenging similar questions. How are we dealing with pricing and demand? But the model itself, most of our interactions are making sure that at our gateways, so where the MTC boundary ends and SACOG starts, we do a lot of coordination to make sure that we are reflecting similar demand in those areas.
Great. Okay. We'll go one more. And we're going to take your last one. And then if there are other questions, you can use the QR code to put them in. You can ask Kyle. You can grab them at lunch. But let's go and hear from you.
Yeah,
and then
it's
we'll wrap
a
up.
quick one. I
Yeah.
just want to know what's the level of calibration validation being done for bike and ped trips? It's like a really on just mode share level, or you do more than that?
Primarily mode share, and we have a couple spot check count locations, but there's unfortunately not that much empirical data to use for us. So if you're using it for bike and ped projects, we strongly encourage you to add additional data collection validation as part of your project.
Great. Okay. We're not done with the conversation, but we do need to fill up. Thank you again, Kyle. Great job. We have lunch in the side room here. If you registered, you should have a box. If you need to find a spot to eat, there's some close ones around. I'm happy to give you any recommendations. And there's a patio right here off of the this little special room. So you can go out there. You can come back in here and have your lunch. We will be back promptly at 1 p.m. We're going to start with Craig on the data portal. So please be back. I will give a warning. But thank you so much, and we'll have a good lunch. Oh, don't forget, if you want to come to Mojo's, you're invited. We'll meet at the lobby at 4 o'clock or around 4 o'clock. Mojo's is an establishment. All right. If everybody could make their way to a seat, that would be great. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed lunch. We are going to dive right back into our afternoon session. Quick preview. Our first presentation is going to be on the data portal. Excuse me, Craig is going to be up here. And then we're very excited to share after that our monitoring and reporting program. There's a new QR code on your table for that you can look at the next presentation. We'll talk about how to request data and housing, exciting. And we'll talk about big data, Replica, and then we'll have our hands-on breakout, and that'll wrap. So that's where we're headed. So I'd like to give a big warm welcome to Craig. Craig's on the data team. Welcome, Craig. Yeah. All right. Do you have the clicker? Yes. Okay. Take us away.
It's working. My name is Craig McLean. I'm with the Data Mapping Services here at SACOG. I'm going to talk about our open data portal. So to get started, I'm going to go through kind of what the open data portal is. And open data portal has been around since 2014. It's an Esri product. And a lot of public organizations have dived into using open data portal to share out their data publicly. It's a site that allows for GIS data and tables to be shared publicly, and that's how we use it here at SACOG. You can also use it to discover and download other types of data that are non-spatial, and that's something we can dive into, but not really what we use it here at SACOG. We use it mainly for GIS data. So there's 4 keys to an open data portal, and that's accessibility, which allows your data to be accessible to the open public. Discoverable, so you can find the data that you want. Explorable, so you can explore that data to make sure you're getting the correct data. And collaborative, meaning we can share it internally with other people in our organization, share it publicly, or other organizations can share their data onto our open data portal. So the open data portal is accessible, and it means you can get the data you want, and you know where that data source is coming from, and you know the licensing for that data. It's discoverable. So you can find all the data sets on the site that are shared publicly, and you can find a specific data set that you're looking for. And once you find that data, you can explore it. So you can filter and sort based on the data. So a lot of our data is regional. So if you want to filter that down to a county level or possibly a smaller jurisdiction, you can do that through the open data portal. You can also search by location, and you can visualize that data based on the data attributes. And our data is collaborative, which means you can download it in many different formats. So shapefile, spreadsheet, and you can share it as a link. So you can bring it into your own ArcGIS portal, ArcGIS Pro, or even ArcGIS Online and use it on your own maps. And like I said, our open data portal is collaborative, which means there's other jurisdictions that share their data into our open data portal. So if you're looking for something that the city of Sacramento is sharing, they may share it onto our open data portal. So we are a regional collaborative open data. And there's a lot of good open data portals. There's a lot of bad open data portals. But if you're looking for Sacramento regional data, you're looking for our open data portal. And let me share my screen. Yeah. Lost it for this. Okay, I was wondering about that. Okay, so this is our open data portal. And the beauty of open data portals and ArcGIS Hub sites is that there's a really simple link to it. So in our case, it's data.sacog.org. Really simple, easy to use to get to our open data portal. And in our interface, you can go straight to searching for data right on the search bar. You can also search by different categories that we have set up. You can see other projects that we have in our region. And these projects are that we have here at SACOG, and we share those out publicly through this interface. You can also explore other data sets. So we allow, or we have the option for you to go to the other jurisdictions within SACOG and go to their open data portal if you don't find something on our site, or if you know specifically you want to go somewhere into the city of Davis, you can go to their open data. So now that we've accessed the data, let's go and explore it. So I'm looking for roads, and the first thing I see is that the first set is by the Placer County. But you're looking for something that SACOG has because you're at the SACOG Open Data Portal. So let's change that filter over here and change it to SACOG data. And maybe major roads is what you're looking for. So let's go in there and see what we have. So the format of Open Data Portal is that it shows you the map of the GIS data. And you can go here and download it straight. That's what you want. Save it to a shapefile or any other format that we have here. You can filter that data. Say you only want Sacramento County data. You can filter that. And you can download only the Sacramento data. It's county data. So those are things that are important when you're exploring data, is that you don't have to download the entire data set. You can filter it down and download just the data that you want. But maybe you have a project that needs more roads than just the major roads. You can also share by location, or you can also explore the data by specific locations, and you can also download the data based on your own criteria. So you may have a project here around the Sunrise Mall. I have a screen. Here we go. You can draw and select all the data within a specific location. You can filter that. There. It's not giving me all the options here. You can filter it and you can download the data as well. Try that one more time. So there you can get specific data in a specific location using our regional centerline data, and you can download that straight from right there. And you can download just that section. As it shows, there's only 1,000 records selected compared to the 139,000. So that's just a way of going in and exploring the data that's on our site. Let's go back up to the main screen here, and let's go see what kind of projects we have. Tomorrow, I believe Darren's going to talk about the PPA, so I'm not going to go into that. So I'll go into our census data. This is another hub site, and it's got a simple link, census.sacog.hub.arcgis.com. So this census site is specific to census data. We primarily are focused on the decennial census data. So you'll see 2010, 2020 data, but we do have some ACS data in here as well. And one important thing to note is if you're looking for specific ACS data, you can get that from the Census Bureau. Go in here and get our boundary data, and then you can tie it back together and use it on your own. And there are instructions here to get to the US Census Data website, as well as a brief document here. And I believe it's a video of showing how to connect that data from ACS to the geographic data. But we also provide some numbers and facts on this site. And this specific to the SACOG planning area. So a lot of times you'll get data that's only the county. So we don't include some of the Tahoe regional planning area in these. So this infographic here doesn't include the Tahoe region. So you get your actual SACOG planning area. We also have some applications on here where you can compare population change from 2010 to 2020. And then, like I said, there's some ACS data in here. And this is a PDF that will show you the population counts for all the jurisdictions within SACOG and a comparison of 2020 to 2022 population change. And if you are on any of these sites and you're not finding what you need, you can go here and get our contact information at info@sacog.org. So let's go back. So you can explore some of these other applications and other sites on your own. I'm just trying to give you a brief overview of it. So here's a VMT data. We just had some brief talks about VMT data, and here you can actually see the data and then in action. So here's a web application and tells you all the thresholds that we have for the VMT data. And you can also explore the map and explore specific regions that you're in. If you actually want this data, you'll have to actually contact us. This isn't on the open data portal access to everybody, but you can contact us and we'll share it with you. Housing, we'll have a demonstration on that later today. We are in a Sacramento region image cooperative. And here you can get information about that. And you can see the years that we have available, as well as the footprints of what those imagery flyovers contain. So it's not the entire region, but it uses the participating jurisdictions that are in that aerial imagery. And if you're part of those jurisdictions, you can request that data from us. So that's mainly my rundown on our open data portal. If you have any questions, we can open that up now.
Great. Thank you, Craig. Very wonderful. I haven't looked at this in a long time. I feel like I used to look at it for some activism work, and this is amazing. I think this is great. Any questions from folks? And okay, we've got one here. Can I do a quick plug? The aerial imagery is really cool. It's super high resolution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you didn't know about this, or we've been working with United Auburn Indian Community on providing aerial imagery to them. They do, of course, a lot of tribal cultural monitoring and kind of want to look and see what's getting built. It's a really cool resource. So if you haven't checked it out and you want to, go for it. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to ask, how frequently are data being updated on the website?
Good question.
As needed. It depends on what the data set is. So a lot of the data does get updated quickly. And that's actually one thing I did want to mention is that sometimes you'll go in here and you'll see the last updated date. Sometimes that will be so you can go based on that, but a lot of times that'll be like today. And that's just because of how we're sharing that data. So it's not always the best option to look at this date updated to verify that that's the date that it was updated. You'll have to look into the actual metadata. And if it's actually changed from what Esri says the date was updated, it'll be in our metadata. So
are you saying that that data is sort of like the posted date rather than?
There is certain data that gets refreshed every night.
And
it'll show on there that it's refreshed that night. So it's just a word of caution on some of that, but that's where you can see date was updated. And published date is usually a date that doesn't change. But if there's like our housing data, it'll be in the metadata right here in the summary on when that data was updated.
Great. Thanks. Other questions? I see another hand. Any questions online? All right. What do I do if the link isn't working?
So if you're using the data and you're linking to it, there may be times where we're updating that data and your link will break. There are times where that data may be deprecated and it's no longer the authoritative data. At those times, you'll want to access or contact us and say, hey, this isn't working. So one case of that is our city and county data. We've changed the way we're sharing that data. So the old previous links are now no longer being used or updated. And we've had a lot of issues with people saying, hey, my link's not working. But we've changed that link and the data is now being updated seamlessly versus how it used to be updated.
Great. So you have that need, they can reach out to info.
They can reach out.
Let us know.
And another word on that is that it's important to not use our data as a link if it's very important web applications, such as emergency services or things like that. I don't want to be in charge of your emergency services application.
That's right. Okay. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Craig, so much. What? Yeah, no. Oh, Warren's clapping. All right. Thank you, Warren. Warren's clapping. No, you get to talk to him all the time. So next, Next up, we have Garrett and Pete for our monitoring and reporting program. And if you want to be slightly distracted, you could probably press the QR code for the indicators dashboard, or you could just wait until they tell you to go and play around in it. All right.
Yeah, I think Karen's getting up the presentation, but I'm Garrett Balladrosa, and this is my colleague Pete Atwood, who's going to jump on in a second. We're going to talk about another data application here at SACOG. So I think probably a theme you've been hearing throughout the morning. SACOG sort of tracks and monitors and puts together a lot of data, right? And it's something we want to get out to users more than we have in the past. So Craig just talked about the open data portal. As he mentioned, right, that's very spatial in its orientation, and it's very much for GIS, really great detailed information. But we found there's a need for a companion sort of organizing data structure, mostly for our board, who's policymakers, right, that produces some sort of really cross-cutting key indicators tracking what's going on in the region. So you heard the open data portal, and now you're about to hear about our monitoring and reporting program. So there are two companion dashboards. So I think that's a key point to emphasize. Two different ways to go get data at SACOG. The first, what you heard from Craig, more GIS oriented. The second, what you're gonna hear from Pete and myself, more about sort of indicators, drawing from a variety of sources that's talking about what's going on in the Sacramento region. So we call that the monitoring or regional indicators dashboard. There's a QR code on your table. The big tagline is, you're seeing this first. This is the soft launch of this updated way of going about data. What? Oh, wow. Yeah, we got some fans here. You know, we haven't, it's not up on our website yet, so there's no URL to share yet. So if you want it, use the QR code. So it's not linked anywhere except for what you have, because this is sort of the soft launch. Any feedback you have, we're very welcome to hear. We're going to start over the next month, start rolling out much more broadly. We need to do this for a variety of reasons. It's in our strategic plan. There's things from our long range plan, the blueprint that we need to track. There's some things the state tells us we need to do. And also our race equity inclusion working group has been weighing in on this. So this dashboard sort of has a lot of people interested in it. And because of that, it's very broad in the things that it tracks. So that's a key thing. This isn't just about indicators that maybe SACOG, right, is directly influenced by our work. It's much more broader about what's going on in the region. And that's because there's these various groups that have weighed in the shaping of the dashboard. Here's just a couple of examples of some of the indicators you'll see on the dashboard. A lot of them, of course, is SACOG related to transportation. So one of the many we track within transportation are traffic collisions, right? Where do these collisions occur? They can occur in environmental justice communities more so than the rest of the region, right? This is a key thing for our policymaking board to consider when they're thinking about their priorities. The next sort of big bucket that we have a lot of data on is around housing, right? So here's just a couple of examples of the indicators that you see pre-built by us about housing. And then a third sort of theme is the economy, right? Employment, jobs, sector, income, right? All those things, how they fit together. Those are the three ways I like to think about it, sort of transportation, housing and development, and economy. But it's actually much broader than that in terms of what we're tracking. So like I said, we've long had this data. This isn't something new. It's just a new way we've gone about it. What we've tended to do in the past is we would only release this data once every couple years in sort of a static PDF report that we would present to the board. It was an impactful thing we put together and really give a snapshot of what's going on in the region. But again, for you as data users, it wasn't very helpful in that it was PDF with a bunch of charts. If you wanted to access that chart, you know, good luck. You could try to guesstimate, is that a 2.4 or 2.5, and then you could recreate it in your own means, right? So that was the old way of going about it. We last released that progress report a couple years ago. Since then, we've revamped our monitoring program. We'll talk about that in a second. We looked at what others have done, so we've greatly expanded things we've tracked. We've been reaching out to key partners throughout the region about what's important to them. One of them is geography, which I'll hit on in a second. And as I said, right, there's a couple key groups that have weighed in and helped shape this. And then, of course, the soft rollout. Today, here, you are the first to see the dashboard. What we've done is we've reframed the way we approach the indicators. So primarily, we're now doing a scripted approach, right? You'll see the sources themselves. A lot of it's ACS or BLS or the traditional data sources, right? We're now scripting, we're now calling the API, right? It allows us to be much more organized in what we do and get updates out much more quickly. Given the breadth of the indicators we're tracking, not everything can be scripted, but allows us as a team to then have the resources to focus on those, what I call one-offs, right? That just by the nature of that data is a more sort of manual exercise, right? It used to be we were doing all of that manually. Now, 75, 80% of it plus is scripted. So that gives us more time to look at that side of things. We now, right, are putting all this data up. In the past, it's just something we had. You could ask for it. We could send you a Excel workbook. Now, like we're removing ourselves as the middle person, right? It's going to be up. Anything that we are tracking, right, you can access. We've probably doubled the number of indicators we're tracking. And then the key thing too is we're tracking now at different scales. That was one thing we heard through the last cycle is we were producing most everything at the 6-county region, right? For many of you, that was helpful, but maybe your jurisdiction, maybe your county, maybe you're doing a project in, a community, right? We're releasing this data, yes, at the 6-county level, but also at the MSA, the county, the census tract, depending on the source, right? Some sources, it might only be at the MSA level, but if we have that scale, it's going to be any geography, always at the regional down to the census tract, and anything in between. That was a key sort of input we heard from the last cycle. So hopefully that's of use of you when you see this resource, right? Maybe you don't care about what's going on at the 6-county level, but you're like, I really want to know what's going on in Southern Sacramento County, right? Those geographies will be available. And then what else we've added, right? There's been a focus on trying to think about the region and existing disparities. So we've brought in a lot of new metrics that sort of track or stratify existing indicators by race, ethnicity, and also by income. And then, as I mentioned, geography to also get out sort of the more rural parts of the region. That's all a long-winded way of saying that's the dashboard. I'm going to stop the slideshow now and get Pete to come up to actually give you a demo of it. I should say we're still doing some QC on it. We plan on going live early next month. So we know there's a couple of things we're working on, but Pete will give you sort of a walkthrough of the feel of it and give you a sense of what sort of indicators are up.
While Pete gets set up, I just want to remind and invite folks at our hands-on demo this afternoon, you'll be able to sit with Pete and Garrett and kind of get into the dashboard and look around a little bit more. So hopefully this continues to pique your interest.
I think you need to share Pete's screen now.
Okay. Go away. Okay. All right. Thanks, Garrett. Yeah, so as Garrett mentioned, going to give a little preview. Those of you that don't have laptops, this is your preview into the site today. Everybody has the QR code, so I hope you get a chance to take a look at it here in their future. Essentially, this is, just as a traditional website. The site was developed using an Esri product called Experience Builder. And we integrate a lot of our data into a lot of the charting that happens with that. I do not recommend that you use your phone to view this. Ideally, you would have a 13, 14-inch laptop at the very least, if not like a larger monitor. It's just the way the nature of the data and the charting is kind of laid out. The way we have it organized, we have these 4 topics here you'll see on the landing page, and these are specific to the 4 regional or the 4 main goals of SACOG's mission statement. There's a couple of different ways of getting around the site. It's fairly redundant. The next tier down on that, as you sort of dive into one of the goals, we have a description of what our goal is, and we list a series of indicators. So each of the 4 buckets has their own specific type of indicators, which Garrett kind of touched on in the previous slides. As you kind of dive into each of the indicators, this is sort of a blend of, real-time data as far as like, annual updates or as often as we can, as well as just sort of a narrative and a description of what the data is telling us, what it's showing us. Is sort of a breakdown or analysis of the data. So we kind of, you kind of scroll through the site here, you'll see various different topics related to this indicator. And we sort of have a description about what's going on, and then we'll have a kind of a chart showing, what the data is. And you can just kind of go through this, at your leisure and, see if any of these, data types, are useful for your work. One thing I'd like to mention really quickly, as we talked about, we're still kind of twisting the knobs and to get everything kind of dialed in here. If you get in here and you go to this data download section, Every chart has, you will be able, this is where we talked about being able to download the data that's in these charts. Right now, the data kind of goes to our SharePoint site where you have to click a few buttons to download the data. We're eliminating that. And in the next couple of weeks, when you click on a link, it just downloads that file straight to your desktop, which it should right there, but I wasn't fast enough. Okay. Let me see here. There's a couple other things. So this would be an example. This was jobs at firms less than 5 years of age. And so this is where you would find like a multi-geography data set. And so SACOG region, this is like our entire 6-county region. Peer regions are sort of mid-sized regions comparable to SACOG, but in different parts of the country. And then we also have the county level. And so depending on the data set, you'll have these varying geography levels of how you can download the data. And then let's see here. Data is, it sort of has its quirks as far as its accuracy, as far as you know, what is available with it. There's a link here called About the Data, and we talk about different types of geographies, race, ethnicity, or time series. If you click on these topics, there's a little bit of a breakdown. So instead of us having to explain every indicator on every single page, the About the Data page has a very good description of the nuances of the data and its limitations. So you feel free to explore that. We are, let's see, this is in the way. Another way of accessing these indicators is we have the home button, takes you back to the landing page, and then we have this overall indicator link page. And so it allows you to essentially just kind of browse to whatever indicator you would like to go to without having to go through the different goals and to look at the different lists through the landing page. Anything else that you can think of, Garrett, we need to cover here?
At the end is they're organized in those SACOG strategic priorities, which may not resonate with you as sort of a user. So if you just did what Pete showed you, right, the view indicators, that might be a great way to just see what's on the site, because you might be like, all right, housing, where exactly, what, goal is that under? If you pull it up, you can be like, oh, here's the housing part of the website, and these are different housing data, and so on and so forth. That might be a better way for you as a user to access the different types of indicators. Yeah, that's what we got.
Awesome. Thank you, Pete and Garrett. Garrett, are you going to pick up again? Do you have a couple more things to share?
I think Pete covered, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Well, any reactions, questions, feedback? I have one, but go ahead in the front. So I'm going to repeat your question just because you didn't get it. What's the resolution for the data? Will you put your, sorry, will you press your, yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
You're
In the application one, there was like a data filter option, like you can choose your own custom filters to filter the data, right? So does that option comes with the indicators as well?
Yeah, so for this one, the way you would do it is you would just download the file based on your specific geography. So if you're looking for the county, right, there's going to be multiple different, the same indicator will have multiple different downloads, right? One will be the region, one will be the, and it varies on source, but generally the ACS derived ones will go down to the census tract level. So you could just download the census tract or the county or the region, right? And then based on, like, so for example, this one is just tracked at the county, right? There'll be others that are tracked at different geographies. And you'd access it through this download, just do the one you want.
These charts also kind of have there is a little bit of interaction with the charts. If, so for this population by county chart, Sacramento is, hogging up all the room here. You can click on these things and kind of filter off a few things. So if, especially on some of the, like the race ethnicity indicators that we have, it's like certain populations are super low numbers. And so you can filter off those larger numbers and just kind of explore things on the chart that way. But if you're really going to dig into the weeds, then you should download the Excel file, and then you can, have all the power in the world.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. So like, I think these indicators, right, the charts are meant to serve more as sort of like for a policy oriented environment, right? Give a policymaker sort of snapshot of what's going on. But if you want to get down into the data itself, right, the best way is to download the raw data. It'll be more expansive than what you see displayed. And you know, it's a way to get that hopefully in your hands much more easier.
And I would just make the comment, this is obviously it's curated right around those specific goals. And so in contrast with the open data portal, which is like come and play and download and do all that, this is also about sharing a narrative, right? About what does a region look like, which I think is obvious. I just wanted to state it so we can sort of think about those differences, right? But maybe there's a question about, well, what if I want the features in the open data portal based on these data sets? I think that's a good thing to think about for folks who use both of those things. Great. Okay, in the back room.
I'm not a fan of the words that are going to come out of my mouth right now, but I think what you both are doing and have accomplished with this general project, monitoring and reporting, would make for a great contender for a custom GPT, because you have already done the hard work of identifying the data, organizing it, writing language around it, and now to be able to interact with it through an LLM would make it super breezy for these policy maker folks who you want to appeal to. Again, there's many examples that don't make for good contenders for that technology. You have exactly what it's meant for because you've done the synthesis already.
Yeah, thank you so much for that comment. I
Yeah.
think that's a great. I think we definitely want to follow up with you because we're interested in that. I think what we want to do with this dashboard is get it live because we're still figuring stuff out on the back end, right? And so we're still tweaking things, but I think we're recognizing there's some limitations in how we have it up. And so I think you're right. It's a huge amount of the work was just getting the data and getting the language and writing the scripts around it. And like, if there's a way we can push that and do more, we'd be very interested in talking more about that. So thank you for that comment.
That's exactly the kind of feedback and thoughts that we want to hear, right? What else do you see in the things that we are creating and making, and how can we add value? If not now, but how we do that. Other questions or comments about this dashboard? Yeah. Okay, we'll go Warren and we'll go to Dave.
Hey, Garrett. Pete, is
Will you
there an
use the
about-
mic, please? Thank
Oh,
you. Yep.
sorry. Hey, Garrett and Pete, is there an about page on these downloads?
Oh, a good question. There is. Hopefully, we're still getting all of the data together. So let's check in real time if this one has it. But that's right. If you download the data itself, there will be, by the time this goes live, an about page for each of the data sets too, right? That gives you a description. Okay, what's this data? Where is it coming from? What years? Right? When was it last updated? And then some of these.
Do you want us to be
Oh,
looking
you
at
can't.
something
Oh,
different?
sorry. You
No
can't see
worries.
what we're doing. That's right. And because we're drawing on so many different sources, right?
Go back to the mic for me. I know.
We're drawing on so many different sources, right? And some of these are probably straightforward. Hey, what's the population? But it's actually really interesting. Well, does that include group quarters? Does it include householders, right? So that about page will be for you a great thing to check out to be like, hey, what exactly is this indicator displaying? So by the time we go live, every single chart you see will have that about page. A couple of them don't have them right now in this soft demo. But good question, Warren.
Great. Yes, Dave.
For those of us GIS geeks in the room, no maps?
So we have a couple maps. I think we have such the great open data portal that I think a lot of times we're just embedding like a link to that. I think right now our goal was to get up this set of indicators. There's 70, 75 plus. So that was the lift. I think we want to, through time, add more. I think it's a great way, especially for our audience, right? We're trying to get to our board and users. For example, the SACB, I don't know, a couple months ago, just asked for a bunch of data and they wrote an article about it. It's like, people like maps. So I think that's something we're exploring how to build out. We're also cognizant of that we have the open data portal, which is the GIS sort of central.
Is there a particular indicator or topic that you want a map for? All right. It's all right. You don't have to know. Yeah. You have a question, Kyle. Okay.
Is this on? Yeah. So with the progress report, you could look at that snapshot in time and cite it. if I was to use this data source for my projects, and knowing that it's coming from all over the place, do you have a recommended way that we cite SACOG as the data source? And then secondary question, for something like the housing inventory that I'm really interested to see the next year's outcome, how do I know when that's going to come online? If it's, how do I know if it's like a API, this thing is in real time, I should refresh every day to get my newest data set, or SACOG's not going to do this for another year or two?
Yep, good question. So for the first one, I think I'd recommend you citing SACOG analysis of, right, BLS or census or whatever. You'll see whatever you're drawing on, right? This is DOF, Department of Finance, E5 and E8 series, right? For most of them, we just are just reporting it straight through. So you could just cite DOF if you wanted to, but probably to be safe, you might want to cite SACOG analysis of DOF E5 series for the citation. In terms of how often this gets updated, it's a great question. So we are working on the process, we call it the process map of mapping out every single one of these indicators and how it will be updated. So the goal, of course, is to be updating as frequently as we can to be as relevant as we can, right? It's not going to be an everyday sort of thing, right? It's going to be differing by indicator, but we want to get to the point of, let's say ACS releases their, current, 1 year or 5 year, right? It's not going to be that long of a lag time before then we're reflecting the most current ACS, right? So we don't have an answer yet about exactly what that sort of buffer time is going to be. So it's going to be rolling based on indicator, based on when those sources release their data. But the goal, of course, is to be as current as possible. And this structure allows us to be way more current than we did in the past, which is sort of like static, reports going out every couple of years. So we don't have the answer yet of like, okay, ACS is out. Is it reflected on the on SACOG's dashboard yet? Right. We're still trying to figure out sort of, what it looks like now that it's up, how we go about the updating, but I think we're in a position where it can be pretty quick and pretty nimble. So as that data comes up, we're going to get it up too.
Great. Any other questions? I'll just give a reminder, slides will be available, as will the recording. Okay. Thank you so much, Garrett and Pete. Great work. As we bring our next presenter up, Ibrahim's going to come up from the back. I just want to, Garrett mentioned this, but this task that is standing up this dashboard is part of our race equity action plan. So it's part of our kind of bigger view of, what kind of impact are we making in the region along with our jurisdictions. So it's a big piece of that. All right. So Ibrahim is going to talk about data resources and requests, how to get what you need. All right.
Yeah. I'm a bit shorter than Garrett. Hello, everybody. I'm Ibrahim. I'm on the modeling team. And today I want to talk to you about requesting data and some of the data resources that we have online. I'm going to start with your main destination for data is going to be our data resource center on our website. There's a link here if you can access it when we upload these slides. And on this website, you can access multiple resources, starting with our open data portal that Craig talked about a bit today. And you can access information on transportation, infrastructure, and other topics. Additionally, we have a lot of travel model documentation. So if you're planning on running SACSIM or parts of our travel model, you can access our travel model documentation page where you can have more information on the different aspects of the modeling, like land use, planning, running the population synthesis, and then other DASIM references. We also have a complete user guide that has a lot of step-by-step information that you can follow. We also have on that page a link to our GitHub, which Darren will talk about a bit more tomorrow. Here you won't find large amounts of data, but rather scripts that we made available for pre-processing, post-processing, and some model run scripts. We also have our SB 743 help page with some very useful guides, including VMT calculation procedures and VMT estimation documentation, and how you can get the outside SACOG VMT, because when you run our model, you need a way to figure out the outside VMT for your SP743 analysis. Also, another very useful tool is the past conferences. So in 2022, we had a conference about very similar to this one, maybe a bit less data oriented, but a lot of times we refer people that are new to the model to these previous links, and they can access these presentations the same way today's and tomorrow's presentations will be made available for everybody. So what if you can't find the data? What if it's not on our website and but you think it's somewhere out there and you just need to ask us to get it? What you do is you need to request it, and you go to our data requests page on the info center, and I have a QR here for later use and the link as well. And you ask us for the data. Who can ask us for the data? If you're a city or county staff, you're very welcome to ask us for the data. Consultants working on projects in the region, environmental agencies, educational institutes, and well, anybody technically can ask us for data, and they're welcome to. So if you have a data need, we look forward to fulfill it. So again, to request it, you go to our data request page and go to your request form. You fill in some information, basic information, and there's a kind of like a release on how you're going to use the data, and you can read through that and give us your contact information, because we'll want to get back to you as soon as possible. And we ask you 3 main questions. The questions are, specify the data being requested. What type of analysis are you going to use the data for? And who's going to use the data, what agency? And if you're working with a local agency or a city, do you have a specific project like a general plan or a specific contact person at the local agency that we might have worked with before? That would be very useful to us. So the better information we get on these questions, the faster we'll be able to get back to you, and the more accurate the information we'll be able to give you. So you can ask us for VMT data in general, or you can ask us for parcel level household VMT per capita for year 2035. We might tell you that we don't have this data, but it'd be very useful to know. And technically, we do have this file ready made. And if we receive this kind of request, we'll be able to get back to you in a day or two, and it'll be very smooth. If it's more general, that's fine, because not everybody knows the exact data that they want or what's available. But if you do, it would be really helpful so that we can bridge that difference. So let's say what usually happens is that we receive this request, we send you a message that thank you for your request, and we'll get back to you soon. We'll direct your request to the most appropriate staff person that is responsible for that kind of information. And if we have the files ready, you're probably going to get them right away, especially if we've done this kind of work before. But if it requires some analysis or post-processing, it will really be considered on a case-by-case basis. If you're working on if it's a city working on a general plan, for example, that's coming up soon, and they need a specific number, we might be able to kind of work with them on how to get it. We'll reach out for additional context details, and if you have like a tight deadline, that would also be good to know. So once we get that figured out, we'll be able to help you more with your requests. And the types of data that you can request, let's say I see a lot of people interested in GIS here. So if you see a GIS layer of a published map online that we have on our website and you can't download it, you can send us a request. We probably have that a layer somewhere, and we can send it to you. Housing data, Warren is going to talk about it more later. Travel data, model run files for our releases, dwelling unit and employment summaries by TAZ, by jurisdiction. I've seen a lot of different geographies that people want these by. Even loaded traffic networks and trip tables. We might be able to help you with that in case you want that information. I wanted to go through some examples of the data that has been requested in the past couple months or so. And maybe that'll give you ideas of what's available and what you can ask for. So we received a request for base year and future year model run files to run a traffic impact analysis in Placer County. This is a very common type of data request, and we have all the files you need ready and set up, including including the outputs of our initial runs before you making any modifications on them. In addition, all the DSIM files and the files you need to run the model. We recently got a request for population and employment by TAZ in support of general plan Rancho Cordova. Census data and projected population and employment growth in El Dorado County. Accessibility metrics in support of a grant application for a trail in Yolo County. A lot of staff members here really enjoy helping our jurisdiction and our partners be able to get these grants. It helps everybody. And replica data on commuter behavior between South Natomas and downtown Sacramento. So for example, here in the beginning, you might not know that you want replica data. You might say, do you have commuter information on South from this area to this area? And by going back and forth between us, we can figure out, okay, Replica is a great application for this particular use case, and we can link you to the right person that can help you with that. We also did a transit trip growth forecast to support a grant for SACRT recently. I have other examples, but I'm going to go through them again tomorrow because accessing data is a big part. And tomorrow we're going to go over again for the people that aren't attending on both days. But I'm going to skip over some additional examples. Also, we have trainings available. Some of the trainings that we've done in the past include land use preparation, population synthesis, running SACSIM 19 in general for newer consultants that are working with us. And we have our project performance assessment tool that I think Darren is going to talk about tomorrow. Also can provide you with some help on that. Some future trainings that we see on the horizon are, we have a new land use updating tool that will allow you to update land use to update land use and employment and obtain new model run files directly. So we think that tool will be very helpful for our jurisdictions and for the consultants working with them. And SACSIM 23 trainings as well. If you have any information on the new process, if you want to know more information on the new processes that we have coming up. Also, the travel model user guide, as mentioned before, has very good guides and the SB 743 page. If you don't find everything you need here on this page, you can also reach out and we can tell you how other people have used the data and what are the things to look out for. So just fill out the data request directly. I think that's the best way. You could also send an email to SACSIM, or if you have a SACOG staff member that you just want to reach out to, they'll probably get the process started and then tell you to fill out the data request. I guess that's what I had for you today. I hope this made it clear on how you can access the data and what data is available. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ibrahim. Wonderful. My main takeaway, I'm on our government public affairs external relations, is there's no wrong way to reach out, right? And even if you don't know what exactly you want, reach out and we will talk you through what examples are, how people have used data in the past. If you have new staff who are coming on and they have to write a grant application and they've never done it before, tell them to reach out to staff and say, hey, let's talk about what supporting data we might be able to bring. What has your jurisdiction done before? We can share all those kinds of examples and really help build capacity of staff, especially new staff who come in. All right, any questions? All right, yeah, Riley.
I might have missed it, but what forms are the data requests available in? Like, can you get a map? Can you get just data?
Yeah, you can. So the data request form is just kind of a way for you to communicate with us. Once you have that filled in, you can ask us for a shapefile. You can ask us for a table. You can ask us for model run files. It really depends on the request, and we'll have the right person work with you on the data that you want. If it needs more summarizing and it's not just a file that we already have or easily can make, it might take more time and a few more meetings to understand what you need. But yeah, on the form you can request all types of data. Yeah. Thank you.
And we I will say that there are larger partnerships just in the sphere of sort of civic organizations or nonprofits. We have a data partnership with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, excuse me, where we put together a fuller report where there are tables and maps, and we partnered on that in a sort of a bigger scale. So there's definitely, you might need an input, right? Or you might need something else, right? Or kind of I'm going to say a fuller product, right? Just start that conversation and we can talk about what that looks like and what capacity we have and anything like that. All right. Any other questions on this? Okay, we're going to take a short break and come back to talk about housing. So it is 1:51. Come back at 2:05 and we will get back into things. All right. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, so I think there is a BMT part of that project which we didn't start yet, but then they are hoping that I think the email forms where we are. I think Francisco is writing the code, so it's done. Done. So, yeah. This is easier for the more like Angular that this is bigger for the
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. If you would please find a seat. We are now going to talk about, we have two more items on for today. Housing. So exciting. Seriously, it's very, very cool. Oh,
I'm trying to find it. There we go.
we're going to get,
There we go.
okay.
I got you, Alex. I got you.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Warren's going to keep his camera off and his sound off. We can look at this fabulous friend here. Fun fact about Warren, we hope it's about to start our annual Walktober competition at SACOG. We compete in teams for the most miles walked. So whatever that WMT, whatever miles, that doesn't work. But Warren is a top contender often, and I think that it's very. So if you didn't know that about him, we will get on to our housing presentation, then we'll do big data, and then we'll do our hands-on demo. So Warren, take it away.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you're having a great conference. One thing I like to emphasize is, we have a lot of capable, talented, and very skilled individuals in the organization. So always reach out and ask us for some help. And today I'm actually going to be presenting. Oops, that went to Replica. I apologize. Sorry. There we go. We'll go to housing. There we go. And today I'm going to be talking about our housing inventory and how we track our housing on an annual basis. And housing right now is a major topic in our region. So having a good count of it every year is actually helpful for policymakers and for other organizations. My name is Warren Navarro, and I am a GIS analyst for SACOG. Today, I'm give you the introduction. I'm going to talk about our housing inventory overview, what's our key data sources, our overall process, and our future developments for this product. Our housing inventory is tracked from 2001 to 2023. This is completed and final housing. So whatever jurisdictions have submitted for that year, that building year, that's what we track it. And we track it on an annual basis. It is geospatially located with various categories of metrics. And a lot of this housing is actually used for our SACSIM, our blueprint. So it actually feeds into that data source. First, I'm going to talk about our data sources. And first is going to be the DOF, or table E5 and E8. We're using the housing and population tables. These are published every May 1st and then refined by November 1st. So that's actually coming up pretty soon. And DOF uses a model that is developed internally. And SACOG uses this more as a guide and a guardrail. So we actually checked our numbers as like, oh, okay, we're building housing this much. And according to our housing permit, we're kind of close to it. It's not a numbers exact, like we're going to match, but rather it's a guide. It's like if we're building more housing, DOF should be saying we're building more housing. And it's kind of more of a vector check than a volume check. The next is our American Community Survey, which comes from Craig and Josh, and then with the data portal. We actually, once again, use this as a guide as another data point to check our housing. We collect this at various geographic levels, and this has the ability to compare it with the rest of the United States. So we always like to compare ourselves with our sister will be our sister companion jurisdictions and such. So we just like to see if we're building enough housing, and are we building enough housing quickly, or the types of housing. So getting to the meat of the matter, I'm going to talk about our housing permits, and it's actually subdivided into two process. So prior to 2020, the way we did it, we actually called up every jurisdiction starting in January of that year. So if you're going to be collecting housing, let's say for 2024, we will be collecting that housing in 2025, January 1st, because we wait from January 1st, 2024 to December 31st of 2024 for that completed housing. And we start calling up every jurisdiction and we will ask, hey, you know, how's your housing? Can we get the completed housing? And excuse me. Typically we ask for that and most jurisdictions participate. The most important thing is, you know, we get that and we get it spatially located. Now, however, over time, we actually found some jurisdictions participated and some didn't. So we would have gaps in our data set. Like one year, one jurisdiction might have numbers, the next year they won't. So we kind of decided in 2020 actually to use the HCD, or I'm sorry, the Housing Community Development Annual Progress Report, the HCD APR, which I'll be referring to at this point. The HCD APR is an annual issuance and final building tracking database, which we adopted in 2020. The first deadline is in April 1st. Late submissions are in June 1st. And the main data source that we use is table A2, which I'll be showing up later on. And it contains various housing metrics that can be derived for the SACOG inventory. So you can think of it as the HCD as the parent, and then we derive data from that we could feed into our housing inventory in a specialized data format. Now, the reason why we moved on to this is you could think of it as every jurisdiction has its own style of collecting housing. And the most important thing that we need is a address, obviously, a housing type, how many units in the year that's final. That's at the basics that we're looking for. Now, the problem with that is some jurisdictions would have different naming conventions, or we won't even get data from them sometimes, or sometimes they would fill that out wrong. So it's a lot of processes that we have to do to combine to create a data set. So with the HCD APR, it's actually standardized. So there's a table, every jurisdiction must participate in it. And we actually get a time period that we could actually execute on it. Typically when we do the housing, we would start in January and we'll be done like around April or so. With the HCD, obviously with the delay and such, we're looking to finish now, like starting in April, probably by August and June, and we would grab almost 90-95% of the jurisdictions. We have some missing jurisdictions, and there are some issues with that. But in terms of data formatting and schema, it's much, much easier to transform and actually get those numbers properly. Okay. So the HCD, like I described earlier, we need the address, category, completion date. And there's some great information in there that we don't collect on the permit side prior to the HCD that, you know, I'm going to be talking about, which I think would really help out our region in regards to housing equity. So every jurisdiction must participate. Government Code 65400, you can look that up, but HCD mandates for their housing element for every jurisdiction to fulfill this this chart or this annual APR. Okay, so yeah, as you can see there, housing metrics. This is directly from table A2. On the left side, your standard, you know, you're gonna get your information where it's at, APN, tenure owner. The middle part is entitlement, building, and completed certificate of occupancy. So entitlement is basically saying this parcel is gonna be entitled for some sort of development. Building issue, the building is being issued. So literally the housing is being built, it's been issued. Completion or certificate of occupancy, COE, was when the building is done. All three are actually identical. It's just the dates are different. When it's entitled, when the building is started, and then when the building is completed. But as you can see there, there's income levels in there. There's actually what the planners have designated this property to be for, like for moderate income, low income, very low income, or above moderate. Unfortunately, our region right now is a lot of moderate and above moderate. So, but as long as we could start tracking that and say, oh, okay, we don't have very low income. Why is that? And we could actually spatially see it, and then we could start creating policies and programs behind it to actually supplement it. Some other things there on the APR metrics, term, so affordability, infill units. I think one of them is SB 35, which is, I think, the second one. Sorry, I got cut off, but it's SB 35 streamline process, which a lot of us know here is fast tracking housing in the region. So how many of our jurisdictions are actually performing that? We could actually start tracking that now using this HCD data. Moving on, this is our inventory. This is what we filled out, what we're doing. So just, you know, it's kind of similar. Once again, it's a derivative of the HCD. And you can see we has almost the same data, but we have our own internal data sets. So we have a general land use code as GLUC as you can see there, and Gluck4 is just another code for it. Some other things where we categorize multifamily as attached, and then we have single or small lot housing, and then rural resident housing. So we get those categories in, and you could come to us and talk about how we can come up with that. If some housing fall in green zones, which could actually help out with some policies in the future, we could support you guys with the housing that will fall in the green zone. You could actually geospatially see it now. Same thing with community type. So community type, if you guys were in the presentation earlier on, is an established land use type that changes over time. So recently we made a decision to actually attach that housing that was built in that community type year. So you could think of it as, let's say you have a house that was built in a corridor, but over time that house is now an established. We actually kept it at the corridor just to ensure that, because we don't want to skew the numbers. So we have 3 eras. We have from 2008 to 2012, then 2012 to 2015 or 16, then 2016 to 2019, and then now what we're currently on our NTPSCS is 2020 and beyond, or 2025. So we match those houses that was completed in those eras, those years. Okay. Oops. So general overview, how we get this. So you can think of it as, we got a spreadsheet of all this housing. We don't know where it's at in the world. We need to put it in the world, right? So we have a parcel file that tells us where it's at, geospatially. Using that parcel file, we're going to extract the A2 table from the APR, which we first started on April 1st, and then we hopefully finish it by June 1st. But I'll talk about stragglers later. And then we use some Python scripting called partial or racial matching, or fuzzy wuzzy matching. Sorry, it's a little funny name. We verify the conversions. We do manual cleanups, and there's manual cleanups, and then we load it into our housing inventory. And this is done on a yearly basis, so we actually keep track how much housing we build every year. So this is just a graphic of showing, from start to finish. We go get it at the California data portal. You could actually download table A2 directly right now. Fun fact, City of Saratoga, since 2018, has issued 405 building permits. Only 5 houses got built. So there's a little bit of discrepancy in the data set, and I'll describe that later on why. So we extract that. We use some Python scripting. As you can see there, we created the location. Then we manually locate some points, and then we convert it over. So what is ratio and partial matching? So I described earlier, there's a parcel file that's geospatially located, and then we have a bunch of spreadsheets. So my colleague Josh and I developed this script where we would match the two based on 2 criteria within 2 criteria. So the 2 criteria is going to be exact, and then the ratio partial matching. So you could think of it as, exact is I'm going to match 2 tables exactly, and we use the APN and then the address. So you could think of it as 123 Main Street, Elk Grove on the HCD data, and then 123 Main Street on the parcel file, Elk Grove. Well, that's a match, right? So it's called an exact APN match. And then we do the same thing on the address, the exact address match. You can think of it the same thing on APN, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 APN. On the HCD, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 APN. On the parcel file, that's an exact match. But most of the time, it's not exact matches. It's actually ratio matching. A lot of factors go into that. It's depending on how the data is inputted. So some people would like to input street as STREET. Some people would input street as ST. Or you could talk about boulevards. They would spell boulevard all the way out, or BLVED. Or some people would fat finger, the addresses or the APN. So the racial partial matching actually accounts for that, and we set thresholds for it. So you can think of it as 123 Main Street, and street is spelled out in the HCD as STREET. In the parcel file, it's spelled as 123 Main Street ST. Through the process of scripting, it's matching that, and it gives us a score. It's like, oh, okay, it's a pretty good match. We match it in the jurisdiction. We match it at the city or at the street level. and we get a match out of that. And then we, we take it in and we take it in and we do those matches. So that creates the location. Unfortunately, there are some that are unlocated and you have to do the good old GIS grind. You have to manually put it in by hand. So a lot of Google Maps, a lot of copying, pasting, finding it, getting the Latin longs loaded in. So in this session, I apologize. The HCD data has only been available from 2018 to 2023. So hasn't been available prior to that. So we have that set of 5 years. But in regards to the HCD, there was, for our region, our 6th county was 83,000 points. So we were able to match about 73 of them, 73,000. And I had about 10,000 that I had to find by hand, which is a great, it's a great ratio. I was like, oh man, this is awesome. We don't have to spend money on geo addressing using Arc Pro. You know how much that is. So expensive. And this is another method for us to be cost effective and also be able to geospatially locate things. Okay. Once we do that, we convert it over to our SACOG housing permit, which Craig talks about on our open data portal. It's available right now. More than welcome to use it. I just described actually the ratio and partial matching already. And you can see there. There we go. Yes. So in our scripting, you can see I put up 3 different types. Most of the time I was getting exact street and then fuzzy street. And you can see here on this side is the HCD and how they wrote it in there. And this is how we got it in our parcel file. So as you can see, there are similarities, like this is all lowercase, but this is all uppercase, but the racial matching was able to get to that. And it's dependent on how tight or how loose you want to be. And Josh and I are looking to refine this process essentially. You can think of it as not even just address matching. We're just matching strings essentially, and we could be used for other applications. So this technique is actually available to us now. If you guys do zoning mashing together, like different jurisdictions would zone things differently or call it a different name, but we want to combine it all together and put it under one kind of category or one kind of naming convention. We could actually use partial racial matching on that. Okay. So here's an example of racial and partial matching. So the triangle is the old permit process. So that's how we collected it. We went to the jurisdictions. Hey, can we get your completed housing? We match that. The HCD process is in the circle. And then you can see here on the bottom, we actually got matching on it. So this is post 2018. But prior to that, we didn't get this housing. So we were able to add more housing, which affects a lot of our products and such. From our SACSIM, our blueprint, it actually makes our model much more data robust. Now, we're not perfect, obviously. As you can see here, I'm missing these guys. So the old permit process didn't catch it. HCE didn't catch it. So I kind of blame the planners on it. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. So this is an opportunity, kind of the next stage for us to do in SACOG is actually start doing implicit. So I could tell these houses got built at the same time. Oh, I apologize. This is in West Sac. And I live like down here. So literally like a court. And this is why I got like confused when I was doing the housing. I'm like, wait, why is this not showing up in our data set? And I would walk myself there. I was like, why is this not in our housing data? That's kind of got me down the road of, wait, we need to figure this out. So the next step for us is actually to fill in these housing in these large single family development housing areas. Okay. Once again, this data is available for use already. You could more than download. There's about 90,000 points. Have at it. If you have questions or requests, give us a holler on the data portal. Our next steps. So everybody here loves maps and dashboards. So I'm looking to actually make that data kind of similar to our MNR, or monitoring reporting, which is going to fold into there. You're actually going to get access to all the HCD data with all of its criteria and all of its fields. Obviously, we're going to do continual cleanup, provide a dashboard and also data metrics for the SACOG region. Also, I would actually like to reach out to some of the jurisdictions, and something that I've noticed, and this, kind of talking about the jurisdictions that lag. So the APR process is very, very staff intensive. Bigger jurisdictions could actually handle it because they got somebody literally dedicated to it. But some smaller jurisdictions like, our Isletons, our Colfaxes, and sometimes our Auburns, they don't have the staff to do it. So I'm kind of exploring the notion, and, we're working it, create a centralized system, basically helping our jurisdictions filling these APRs out and making it much easier for them. At the same time, helping myself, because, I don't have to figure it out. Hey, is this house here or over here? That way they could actually just fill it out under our system, and we could create a bunch of, guides and also rails just to make sure, hey, you put multifamily, but it's only one unit. That should be categorized as single family, right? Or, you put this house from last year, you completed it, but you're saying it's completed again the following year. Are you double counting housing? Which happens a lot. So I'm looking to explore that to help out our smaller jurisdictions, because, you just don't have the staff to do it. So it's kind of an equity issue for me. It's just like, hey, these guys need support too. What happens is, in the APR, if your APR is not submitted that year, HCD actually penalizes you. So some of the jurisdictions might get penalized in terms of their land use, like how much land has to be developed on there now. So, it's kind of giving our smaller jurisdictions a little bit of a hand. Especially, they don't have full-time staff planners to do the HCD APR system. Okay. Once again, it's available for use. Could assist with housing inquiries. Big thing too, for my planners in here, I'm sure it's going to come up. You're probably going to start working on it in December. If you need help getting your APNs for your housing permits, I'm your man, because I'm going to need that to do my matching. So it makes my work much easier. If I could give you the APRs, the APNs, then it's easy peasy for me. All right. If you guys want to request our data portal, Ibrahim already talked about it, but I'll take some questions.
Awesome. Great job, Warren. Thank you so much. I cordially invite you to come to our regional planning partnership and share this presentation. It'd be wonderful. Any questions or comments? I really love how you dove deep into the methodology. It was very clear, sort of getting us, we have a new process and kind of see how it all fits together. Any questions? Yes, Bruce.
Yeah, great job, Lauren. So the starting point is the data that comes from the HCD state portal, right?
Yes, sir. So I guess, we're writing a script where we would pull it, after April 1st. What I've found is a lot of jurisdictions would actually lag in their submission, and then they would lag again on June 1st submission. And then I would have to chase some of these guys down throughout the year, have jurisdictions in that. So it starts literally at the portal. I'm working very closely with John Nooch with HCD. He's really interested in this technique we have, because I think in the state of California with the HCD, there's about 500,000 records of housing, and getting that geospatially located and looked at and actually tracked properly might be really massive for our state.
So in your process, you find mistakes in that data. Does that get fed back to the state so that you don't have the same?
Yeah. So like, for example, I do have the issue of people okay, how do I phrase this very politically correct? Our jurisdictions are only concerned with issuance in regards to the HCD process. A lot of them forget to actually put down the completed. So typical cycle in our region, it takes about 1 to 3 years from entitlement to completed. So it would be, let's just say, entitled in 2020, issued in 2021, the house should be completed in 2022. The last part is kind of lacking. That's why when I made the quip about Saratoga, 405 building issues, but only, or building issue permits, but only 5 housing completed. Well, if you go on Google Maps, you can see the house got built. So there's that issue where I actually have to kind of fix that for us. And we have a lot of gaps in that in our region. Like, it got issued 1 year, but the following year, technically speaking, it should be done. So I have to do that cleanup to ensure that inventory gets caught in.
I was just curious if it gets fed back to the state so the same mistake doesn't come back to you again.
So I'm working with John right now in regards to that. I'm like, how do you want this? And technically speaking, it's supposed to be the responsibility of the jurisdictions. But for us, I need that, or we need that housing. That or we do base year.
Great. Yes, Dave.
Who is creating the, the parcel polygons? Where are those coming from?
No problem. Currently working on that. We actually get it from our assessor's office from every jurisdiction. So we grab that, we do some cleaning on it. Then that's our main geospatial file. And we use their APN and the address. Obviously not every jurisdiction is going to be uniform. So there's a little bit of cleaning in between that. So that is really like the linchpin of making this fuzzy or the partial ratio matching work.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think you mentioned that you have like this data set for housing back to 2018, but do you have other like housing metrics before that in terms of housing inventory? And then the other point is kind of related to my question from this morning was like, what does this information that you're providing of like how much housing we have by year, how far back does that go in terms of like the housing development rate that then feeds into like the housing projections we have in like the MTP?
Okay, so answering the first one, we actually have data from 2001 to 2023. We just started using HCD from 2020 on, but we are able to backdate it to 2018. Prior to that, we used the old permit processing procedure from 2001, I guess we'd say 2020. And we just called out and we asked every jurisdiction. That's why you're going to kind of have gaps in there because it's depending on the jurisdiction if, they have the capacity to tell us. Second question, the projections and stuff. I'm not very familiar with that. You're going to probably have to talk to Kyle. In regards to, I get the housing numbers, ready and, locked, dialed in. It's not perfect. I'm not going to say, oh, I got every house every year built. No way. I'm not that good. Or I think anybody is. But the most important thing is striving for that kind of perfection. Like we're moving better. Prior to that, we were having gaps with multiple jurisdictions. And I was just like, I got to fill this in. So, the HCD allows me to fill that in. In regards to projections and stuff, I think that's more of a SACSIM question, how much they use it. And I'm sorry, I can't really comment on it if I don't have knowledge on it.
No worries. Thanks. We can, Kyle, if you want to try to answer that, I think it's also maybe a Dov question. I think he had to step out. But so we have, longer term housing inventory data, data source change, right? So at a certain point in time, 2020, we can backdate. But your question again, just for Kyle, how does that housing inventory data relate to the sort of projections and the growth trend?
Yeah, like I think Zach was mentioning they use like the growth rate that say certain jurisdictions might have historically had.
Right.
And so like how far back are we looking at like growth rates say per year in moving forward for the housing projections?
What's the time frame for
Yeah,
that for
like,
then
are
the
we just
projection?
saying like,
Yep.
oh, the growth rate maybe for a certain jurisdiction from the past 5 years, or
Right.
it's like the past 20 years.
Yeah.
And like what's the historical trend that then feeds into the projections?
Got it. Okay. Jeannie, do you have we get the mic?
So we were here in.
Hold on, did you turn it on?
Yep, it's on.
Got it. Okay, great.
So I was here in 2020 and 2004 for the original blueprint. And at the blueprint, we had it projected out to 2050. And these were based off of an economist and all those numbers. Well, what we found out is from 2004 to 2020, there is an assumption of how much housing that we were going to have. What we've seen is through the permit data that SACOG is lacking. We have not built enough housing. And when we get the forecast data, we get a number. We try to hit those numbers, but what we have noticed in the Sacramento region is that we have not hit those numbers. And the permit data is a great indicator of how how slow it is right now. And so going forward, and Doc probably can answer this question better, we can see the trends. Right now in Sacramento, we are building a lot more multifamily housing. In the last, I think, 3 or 4 years, we've been building a lot more multifamily housing. Hopefully we keep up with that trend and start catching up to those projected numbers that we were looking at.
We can look back through the slides. I think on some of those, the land use assumption slides that Dov shared, there's some specific time periods where we're explicit about the years of the assumption. So we can definitely look at that and make sure you get it.
Actually, just
Yeah.
to chime in and piggybacking off Jeannie, when you see the units there of attached, single, small lots, large lot, and rural residence, we actually have a calculation of that. And I actually saw Sacramento is building a lot more tighter housing, single family tighter housing. So it's a small lot. And one thing too, I've been noticing with developers, and maybe it's a policy we could actually advance, is a lot more developers are including ADUs now. So you build a single family along with the ADUs. I saw a lot of it in Woodland, Sacramento, obviously, Roseville, they started doing it. And maybe this is an opportunity for us, once we get these land use calculations and, we have a certain threshold, but maybe we could actually, as a region, start pushing more for ADUs and maybe put that in our short-term and long-term range plans. And having the housing data actually, seeing that geographically really helps out a lot.
Great. I'll say one more thing. It's not, I know this, we talked about it earlier. And Johnny talked about the building permit inventory as well, right? That's just, Warren's working on this piece, which is sort of the look back, right? That building permit inventory is a look kind of forward or sort of in motion. These are just a number of the pieces that come together to inform the forecast. And I'm curious to see how those two things come together and how we would check those things. I won't talk about that. All right. Thank you again, Warren. One more round of applause. We're going to keep moving. Our next presentation is very exciting. We've got, I think, a whole team of folks on the presenter panel here. So we're going to talk about big data. We're going to talk about Replica. We'll talk about, we'll give you an intro to it, talk about availability, and later on a demo. So I think we have a couple of presenters. We have Kyle. Warren's going to be back up. And then we have 2 folks from Replica, from our consultants.
So the 2 folks is going to be Aaron Johnson and Charlie Bailey. They're Replica representatives. Are you on the line? Are you on the line?
Yeah, we're on the line.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you all?
Having a fun day at a conference.
Love it.
All right. Great. Well, thanks, Warren. Yeah, I think there's a lot of more questions to come up on Replica. But another topic that we get a lot of questions on is, how is SACOG using big data? 0 for 3.
Sorry, I didn't attach it. Oh, that one.
Oh, okay. It's okay, I can just press the button. I'm good. I got it. So first, we want to talk a little bit about why big data, right? Big data is kind of a buzzword, and it's an emerging market. I wouldn't really even say it's new anymore, but I think it's still new with regards to transportation and government and how we can use it in our fields. It's important to consider when somebody says big data, what the processing is, what's the sample size, how it's being kind of aggregated. And I think I just want to kind of give a cautionary tale, right? Just because you have a big data source, you're not necessarily going to get the answer out of it. And so it's always important for us as kind of the data stewards here at SACOG to take a look at kind of what we feel like we're getting out of that data set. So to the question of, are we using big data? The general answer is yes. It's not across all of our policies, but we're using it where we feel comfortable and confident in. The first one is in particular travel speed. So as an MPO, we have access to the MPN RDS, which is real-time speed data. They have progressively added more and more streets over the last couple of years. So kind of the granularity and the larger data set every year has been instrumental. It's been more and more valuable the more roadways we have of this data set. And tomorrow, Easton's going to talk a little bit how we're incorporating that to calibrate and validate some of our additional modeling tools. In 2019, SACOG conducted a big data pilot study that Replica was selected for that pilot. It was in collaboration with CARB and Caltrans. And that was kind of our first dive into using kind of data on a larger scale. And then since then, that pilot wrapped up, and we knew we wanted to have a platform, an ongoing data set. So we mentioned Replica. They were selected as our current big data vendor. We have, I believe, had them for 2 years.
Yes, we had 2 years.
Yeah.
We started 2019, 2020.
So we've had 2 years of Replica data. What's great about it is that since we had the data pilot project, we had a 2019 data set as well, which is that's a really nice timeline across pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and now new normal, however we want to call where we are at the moment. So that's been really interesting and really helpful to have this data source online. And then we're also looking at kind of where there's opportunities to connect big data with our travel model. I mentioned we use the MPN RDS data. We're also looking at kind of where else we can potentially calibrate the model. A lot of our models' backbone is based on the household travel survey. Maybe they tend to be expensive and difficult to conduct on a regular basis. So we're looking at kind of filling the gaps in where we don't necessarily have the means or the financing to conduct a whole travel study again. Maybe this is something we can look at to reevaluate how our tools are being developed. So real quick, I didn't touch quite on the household travel survey this morning, but the latest household travel survey we have is in 2018. As many other things were mentioned, this is all readily available data. Contact us and we're happy to connect you with what we have. Couple comparisons when we look at what the advantages and disadvantages are of a household travel survey compared to a big data set. Household travel surveys tend to be a small sample. So you can imagine that even if it's a robust program, there's only so many people that say yes that you can reach out to. Similar problems as many other survey data sets. Ours is typically less than 0.5% of a population, and then you have to sample that up. Where big data kind of fills in some of those gaps is it can be a much larger data set. You can imagine they can capture all folks with smartphones, GPS data, and so they're able to get a larger sample size, but it's still not 100%. And I think that's really important for folks to understand that it's still, there's a bit of there's potential data biases and aggregation that needs to be conducted with even a big data set. Relatively, both are costly, but the unit cost for a big data set can be quite a bit lower. So I mentioned that if we don't have enough funding or time or staff resources to conduct a regular household travel survey, I think we're kind of on par for every 10 years, maybe more than that. Hopefully this can be a way that we can get some real-time data faster and more efficient. There's also a lot of privacy concerns with household travel survey data sets because that person has to say yes, and then typically you have a tracker or a survey that they write down what they did that day, and you can imagine there's a lot of privacy concerns when we get that information and then we give it back to you. We have to aggregate, privatize that data set, and so the big data companies can do that for us, which is helpful. Replica will talk a little bit about how they kind of develop a synthetic process to do privacy. And finally, seasonal variation. So again, when we've done household travel surveys, typically this is a typical weekday on a fall or a springtime. But when we do the big data, we can look at weekend compared to weekday trips. We can also look at seasonality depending on how much availability, because we know people travel differently in the summer, in the winter. You may bike more or less, and so it's helpful for us to get kind of a more holistic picture of travel that's going on. So this is probably a whole talk in itself, but trying to condense kind of just generally how we how we use big data sources like Replica and SACSIM and when to use which one. Typically, we've been using Replica for near-term trends. We have, as I mentioned, 2019 data out to 2023. Hopefully, the Replica folks on the call can let us know when we get 2024 data. But we like to use it for really kind of existing condition and current real-time trend lines. Where we use our travel modeling is for those long-range forecasts. We have all of the transportation projects built in, the housing and population forecasts. And so we're looking further out, say 2035 or 2050, really kind of the longer range timeframes that we often plan for project durations. Also, our travel model is linked with a lot of our policies and regulatory regulations. So this might change over time, but that's currently how we kind of use these two tools. And so I want to put that into the framework for what Warren's going to be talking about is, this is kind of one additional tool that we're excited and still learning how to best utilize it into our planning processes. Real quick, how to access the platform. So if you're a member jurisdiction, I believe we can give at least additional forms of the platform, but talk to Warren, talk to Shenyi, and if you fill out the data request forms, whether it's for research, R&D, consulting for a project, you can submit your needs and we can have Warren or myself or Shenyi Gao, who's not here, but he's the project manager for the big data platform, to help you. So it's readily available, and it just takes a little bit more time on our end to kind of get the data in the right format. So teeing up kind of what Warren's gonna talk about, this is an application I did with the Replica data set last week. We had a question of how is downtown data, or how has downtown travel changed since the pandemic? Has it come back? Is it different? And so there's a lot in this chart, but what we're showing here is trips that are coming to downtown by time of day. So left is, it's a 24-hour period, nighttime to evening. And you can see kind of the really peakiness is a typical travel flow before the pandemic in 2019. And what we're looking at with that blue shade is the drop in that AM trip type by commute type in 2023 data. So we're seeing a lot less of the peakiness of a typical, what you'd expect of a kind of a bimodal travel demand or traffic flow curve. And you're seeing that there's an increase in orange for the duration of the day. So people are commuting to work less, but also during different times of the day. So there's what we've seen in our VMT trends. VMT has almost gone up back to pre-pandemic levels. The congestion and the trips in downtown commuting has not. The commute trips have changed. And then the other line here is showing non-commute trips. So there's a increase in commute trips, or non-commute trips, meaning like going to do an errand or drop your kids off in the morning that wasn't there previously before the pandemic. And then a kind of a drop in that during the peak times. So this data set really allowed us to do a deeper dive of how the change in travel has occurred over time. And this is something that we weren't able to do in kind of answer these questions with our tools. And now that we have a big data source, this is something that we're doing kind of a deeper dive into. So hopefully that kind of whets your appetite on what's the possibilities. Like I mentioned, this was just a question that came up last week, and Warren's going to give a few more use cases that have been used around the region.
Cool. Before we move on, I'm gonna jump in because there's a question in the chat here. Are there any big data that is not modeled data? And big data and model data are both in quotes. Do you want to take a quick stab at that, or how do we think about that?
I think there's always, as far as I know, there is always sampling that goes on with the data, or there's gaps. So if you have a big data set of cell phone travel data, you're not getting an entire population, but so you're missing a portion of that. But that could be a true empirical big data source, understanding that you're not representing all travelers, and where there's a expansion to that typically has to come if you're trying to look at a big data set across an entire population.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for the opening. Sounds like there's a lot of work that might be coming my way. But good afternoon, everybody. My name is Warren of Oregon, and I'm going to be talking about Replica. I'm partnered up today with Aaron Johnston and Charlie Bailey. They are our Replica vendor representatives. Aaron is the sales rep slash kind of liaison. Charlie is actually one of the engineers who does a lot of the Replica background algorithms. So to start, Replica is insight for transportation planning, data that drives the built environment. We just had an introduction with Kyle about big data. Aaron's going to talk about the our agenda is going to be Kyle just did the introduction. Aaron's going to do the data sources. I'm going to talk about the general overview of the capabilities. And then I'm going to talk about example projects that SACOG has done. And finally, some conclusions. Go ahead, Aaron. You can take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, Warren, and great to virtually meet all of you. Happy to be joining this conference. So yeah, I just wanted to kick things off again with just a little bit of an overview. Kyle mentioned or touched on this briefly of the partnership between SACOG and Replica. Again, early 2019, we were selected as the data vendor for the big data pilot project that SACOG, in partnership with Caltrans and CARB, had funded. So really, during that pilot project, SACOG had performed, extensive validations of our data, comparing it to ground truth data, including, local transit, traffic counts, demographic data, data from Caltrans PEMS. Following that pilot, again, SACOG went out through the competitive bidding process, and we were awarded that contract. So we have the contract in place with SACOG until 2026, and we're super excited to be continuing to work closely with SACOG and support their goals. So now I just want to share a little bit more about really what Replica is, and also share more about our various data sets and metrics that we provide. Next slide, Warren. So at the highest level, Replica is a company that provides data about the built environment and the ways people interact with it. We deliver an up-to-date picture of mobility, people, land use, and economic activity. And we do that by taking a variety of data sets, bringing them together, and transforming it into meaningful, accessible, and actionable insights. So you all can think of Replica as being an augment or a supplement to your existing data sets and to your existing processes. Our goal isn't to, completely replace a lot of traditional sources. We can't replace your years of experience and planning expertise. Replica is by no means a magic bullet. We are more of a complementary data set that can really be used alongside your traditional methods to help fill those gaps and unlock new insight into the areas that you work and study. And so we began inside Sidewalk Labs under Google's parent company, Alphabet, and then we spun out on our own in 2019. And it was really our founders, both a planner based in Kansas City and a data scientist from UC Berkeley, that believed that a product could provide insight into the entirety of the built environment, not just mobility, but also people, economic activity, and land use. And so the Replica team is made up of planners, modelers, transportation professionals who have walked in your shoes, understand how hard the job can sometimes be made more difficult, whether you don't have access to good data, maybe it's not up to date, maybe the data is incomplete, just really doesn't tell the entire story. And so we are really here to do the best that we can to help fill those gaps. Next slide. And so today, we work with over 300 organizations across the public and private sector, a large percentage of our user base actually being in the state of California. Agencies like SANDAG, SPCAG, North County Transit District, Caltrans, and SACOG, all rely on Replica's data sets to support really a diverse range of use cases spanning operational, planning, and modeling purposes. Next slide. Okay, so Replica provides access to multiple unique data sets and dozens of metrics, things like origin destination data, detailed demographic and employment data, bike and pedestrian insights, auto vehicle as well as commercial vehicle travel patterns, and traffic related insights like average daily travel, ADT, turning movement counts, as well as speeds information. Next slide. So really want to dive in a little bit more into Replica's kind of core product, which is our seasonal mobility model, which we refer to as Places. And Places are a series of high fidelity activity-based travel models with network link level granularity. And so each Places season essentially simulates the complete activities and movements of residents, visitors, and commercial vehicles in a region on a typical day in a given season. Our Places models are delivered in mega regions. You can see the mega regions outlined here in the visual on the slide. And those cover anywhere between 10 to 50 million people in multiple states. And so the output of each model is a complete disaggregate trip and population table. So essentially a snapshot of the population and their travel behavior for an average weekday and an average weekend day and a series of seasons. And then this will include detailed information about each individual trip. So think origin, destination, mode, purpose, distance, duration, but then also characteristics about the individual trip taker. So think age, race, ethnicity, income, level of education, primary language, etc. This data can be consumed and queried through the Replica platform, and more specifically, our Places Studies interface. So I believe Warren's going to touch on this in just a little bit and go into a little bit more detail, but within studies, this disaggregate data can be filtered again by characteristics of individual trips. So whether you're looking for a specific type of mode or purpose or start time, again, as well as individual trip takers. The Places data set is modeled again in seasons with data available for the fall of 2019, the spring 2021, fall 2021, fall 2022, spring 2023, and fall 2023. And then I believe Kyle mentioned something. We are getting ready to release our next season, which will be the spring of 2024. I would say within the next month or two. So coming very soon. And then this data can really also be viewed at a number of different geographic levels, including down to the census block group level, as well as at the census tract, zip code, TAZ, cities, counties, states, as well as any custom geographies. All of this information is, again, displayed in the forms of maps, charts, tables, including that network link level and transit route level information. Next slide. Awesome. So we definitely understand that this data is valuable really only to the extent that it's trusted to inform analysis and decision making. And so one of the first steps in establishing that trust in the data is by understanding the process for how it's produced. And so we utilize a diverse set of public and private third-party data sources as inputs to create our models. This composite approach helps to first mitigate risk by minimizing sampling bias. It helps to create resiliency against data quality issues, and then also helps protect against any data source disruptions, all while allowing us to deliver that detailed, comprehensive output. And so the data sources we use fall into 5 broad categories that you're going to see kind of listed out at the top of this funnel. First category, mobile location data. We use multiple types of mobile location data as inputs to our model. This includes location-based services or LBS data, vehicle in-dash GPS data, as well as point of interest data. The second bucket is consumer and resident data. So demographic data from private and public sources, including the American Community Survey and the Census LAHD data. This provides the basis for determining where people live and work and the characteristics of the population. Again, age, race, ethnicity, income, employment status, things like that. Next kind of bucket is built environment data. So this is going to include things like OpenStreetMap, which we use for our base road network, a national GTFS layer for transit feeds, as well as proprietary data sources that provide land use, parcel, and building footprint data. The next bucket, economic activity data. We ingest merchant acquiring data as well as payments network data, which will enable us to depict the level and types of spending that occurred at a particular time and place. And then finally, the 5th bucket is ground truth. So ground truth data is used to calibrate and improve the overall accuracy of Replica's outputs. Types of ground truth that we collect include auto and freight volumes, as well as transit ridership. And that ground truth data is both acquired directly by Replica, but then is also provided to us by our customers. And so kind of that next step, if that middle orange layer of the funnel, is to take these different inputs and then run them through a set of technical processes to generate our data outputs. So rather than simply just cleansing, normalizing, and scaling individual data sources, Replica uses the composite of source data to first create a synthetic population that matches the characteristics of a given region. Next, we train a number of travel behavior models that we call personas. Replica then applies these travel behavior models to the synthetic population. And then finally, we calibrate the outputs of the model against observed ground truth to improve the quality. And so the result is a replica of transportation economic patterns on an average day in a specific season, providing detailed insight into how the region moves without surfacing the actual movements or compromising the privacy of any real individuals. Next slide, Warren. Awesome. So again, Replica's data sets and tools can really complement your agency's existing data. It can help fill gaps in data coverage. It can save time and resources by reducing manual data collection efforts, and can overall just streamline workflows by providing these critical metrics and insights with just a few clicks. Our data has supported really thousands of unique projects, analysis, things like corridor studies, intersection turns analysis, active transportation planning, model validation, calibration. The list goes on and on. So with that, Warren, I believe I will now pass it back over to you.
Thanks a lot, Erin. Awesome intro for your product. So I'm going to talk about the tools that are available to us for SACOG, and there's actually three. There's going to be a dashboard, and applications, and as Erin was talking about with places, the studies. So the dashboard is a quick and responsive for general information. You just want info right away. We could grab that very quickly for you. Applications are specialized and ready to go tool sets. And you kind of saw that earlier with, the gate ODs, the network speeds, AADT, and then studies. That's literally the sandbox. We're getting down to the raw data. So once again, the dashboard is just quick and easy, but let's just go live here and actually look at it. All right. So I got a couple studies here that I already pre-prepared. So we're gonna do a dashboard. Let's just say let's just say I want to look at the Sacramento region. And this is where the dashboard is really, really powerful. If you guys, it's come, hey, I need to know how much trips do we have in a certain year? So it's very easy for me to grab. You can tell me, hey, I want it year over year. And let's start with 2023 up to 2024. So depending on the region, I picked out Sacramento MSA. This could give me the trips over the year to year. And the cool thing about this is we could actually download the CSV raw data. We could actually do some filtering. Whoops, there we go. So yes, we could do some filtering in regards to some of the data. And we have a lot of metrics on there from private auto. So let's just say I want to know about transit. From year to year, MSA for Roseville or Sacramento. We grab that really quick. Let's just say, I want spending. So the econ side of it. We actually want to know how much we have spent in regards to restaurants, grocery stores, gas stations, retail. We could grab that very quickly with the dashboard. So if you're just doing an exploratory, some sort of policy or some sort of study, you need quick information, we could provide that to you very, very quickly. But moving on. I'm back. So that is dashboards. Next is actually applications. So these are specialized tool set Replica has already developed. So if we want to get, gate ODs, which is origin and destinations, you need turning movement counts, VMT. I'm sure some of us here would love that. It's already pre-prepared and just a couple clicks and a couple going through some process. I won't go through it here. It's a little intensive depending on which one I do. But at the hands-on afterwards, come see me, definitely. But once again, these are specialized tool sets already ready to go, and we could do it for our region. Finally, studies. Studies is literally the raw data at the lowest level, depending on the lowest level. For me, I stop at census tract. I don't know if Aaron has utmost confidence at block. Aaron?
Sorry, say that one more time, Warren.
I have confidence up to the census tract, but if you want to expand on block group and block level, where would you stop at in terms of, you know, levels of data if you're doing by census tract boundaries?
I can jump in on that one, Aaron.
Great.
Hi everyone, Charlie Bailey, Solutions Architect at Replica. So our data is fully disaggregate. So behind the scenes, every person in the synthetic population, their home, work, and school locations, if applicable, are modeled down to the parcel level. And every trip is modeled as starting at an origin parcel and ending at a destination parcel. So you can kind of aggregate it to any level you'd like. So if you have, you know, custom TASs, you could aggregate it to that level. The finest grain geography out of the box is the census block group. But kind of overall to the question about kind of reliability, just the general rule is the smaller the sample, the higher the likelihood you're going to get some noise in that sample. So if you're, you know, filtering to, you know, geography that has, you know, 3 trips starting in it, that is going to be probably less connected to real world ground truth than a geography with 3,000 or 30,000 trips starting within it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Charlie. So as I said, the studies is the raw data, and it's actually connected by activity ID. So you could think of it as the trips. So for me, you know, I drove from West Sac today. That's my trip. Attached to that trip is actually the demographic information. So me as a person synthetically been modeled. It's not exactly me because, you know, we want to get around the privacy issues. I don't want to have that problem, but pretty close to it. So it would have my ethnicity, the languages I speak, my household income. So it's at the studies level, we could actually get it down to that. And as you can see here, this is just some of the data that is available at the studies level. You know, we could grab the primary mode, how they got there, what was their trip purpose, the vehicle that they took, where they started, where they ended, what time they started, what time they ended, the type of vehicle they took. Wait, I already said that. But there's a lot of data in regards for the trips. Following that is actually the demographic side, the person. So the person who took that trip, we can actually find out a lot about them, their household, their age, their ethnicity, language. There's a lot of information kind of attached to that. And the studies allows us to be really, I won't say precise, but this is a really specific, you know, data pull essentially. We could do it at census tract boundaries, or we could do it at the network level, which is the street network essentially. Okay, I'm going to talk about some projects that we actually done over time with the platform. First is going to be the Yolo Causeway Tollway data analysis, and then I'm going to talk about the commercial truck volumes for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. I will refer to it as TECP from this point on because that is too long. And then I'm going to talk about, we just got this a couple of weeks ago, the SAC Metro Chamber Study Tour. So these are some of the products that we use Replica for to create some policy and programs for. Okay. First is going to be the Yolo Causeway. So we actually had a request from one of our planners. Hey, tell me how many people are crossing over the Yolo Causeway. So over a 3-year period, we collected OD analysis, so origin and destinations, and we actually parsed out how much volume and where they're coming from and when they're coming from and who they're coming from. And we were able to use that with the platform. Today, it's actually called now the Capital Area Regional Tolling Authority, or CARTA. So this is one method that we're able to use. I think the project boundaries were, I think, at the split of Davis up to Industrial Boulevard. So literally, when you drive over the causeway, it's that section. The next project I'm going to talk about that we use Replica for was the commercial truck volumes, or the TCP study. So the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program provides funding for the National Highway Freight Network, and Replica actually provided commercial truck volumes for that. So once again, analyze it over the 3-year period. We got the truck volumes, and you can see here on a nice ARC Pro map, we actually found out where the truck commercial volumes are traveling on. And with do some analysis, we found out, hey, by percent volume of 28%, I totally forgot why Shingy said it at 28, but he said something about 28. We found by 28% of commercial truck volume, these are the links that are from 18 linear miles to 50 to 100 miles. And what's actually attached there is actually our authorized EJ area. So we actually get to see where these truck corridors are passing through our EJs. So it's kind of an equity issue where we could actually use this data to maybe do some weights or help out on a policy. And this is one of the programs that the platform has helped us out on. Another one, this came in a couple of weeks ago, SAC Metro Chamber study. They're going on a peer region study mission, and they asked for tourism data. So as you can see there, multiple MSAs. Doubts would be very hard to grab, individually, but with Replica, we were able to grab it all together and actually create a product out of it. But instead of telling you, I'd rather show you. So going back up to here, let's just say, and I already had it pre-built. So I selected the 9 MSAs in the for the parameters, and I actually picked it out. I actually did a 3-year study up to August. So I did from January to August of 2022, 2023, and then obviously 2024, because that's what we had data for. I did some comparisons on that. And the cool part about it is I could download it by here, and I already have the draw. Ooh, it's gone. Oh, here it is. And I set, I set some criteria. I'm able to download the data. And then through some Python magic, some data science, I was able to create some products that actually just went out, huh, Garrett? Thank you. And so that's one of the cool things about Replica. It, helps us provide data right away for, for our jurisdictions and member agencies and others too. Once again, emphasizing this is not, it's a supplement. It's an assistance, but not like, as Kyle said, a long range plan. It's getting some of this data. So some future and some conclusion. Obviously, same thing. Everybody loves maps. So we're planning to build a dashboard out of this. We're going to create some travel metrics, hopefully fold it into monitoring and reporting. I'm looking to actually do some pre-built data sets for grant applications. So, certain jurisdictions say, hey, can you tell me my VMT from certain year to year or trend analysis over year? Looking to build some of that. Traffic volume, OD. But obviously, talk to us. We could help you out in getting some data with the big data platform of Replica.
Awesome. Thank you, Warren. And thank you, Aaron and Charlie. A round of applause. We have a little bit of time for questions. I just wanted to, thanks Aaron for jumping into the chat here. For folks in the room, we had one of our participants online ask, how can you ensure public agencies can safely use your data when your data collection and processing methods are not disclosed, proprietary? Public agencies have additional responsibilities to protect public data and know it is validated, reliable, and representative. Thank you for the question. And for folks in the room, Aaron got on there and shared a link to our methodology document, Replica's methodology documentation, and it provides an overview of Replica's data sources, data processing methods, et cetera. I'd like to pause just to see if Charlie or Aaron want to speak to that question anymore, and maybe that earlier question as well about, is there any, was it here? Let's see. Is there any, the big data and the modeled data question, where I'm going to say it real quick. Oh, are there any big data that is not modeled data? So both kind of this, proprietary, concern for public agencies, and then the big data as modeled data. So Aaron and Charlie, if you have any answers to that, that would be great.
Yeah, just to kind of go back and address Julie's question, one thing Replica really prides itself on is being transparent. This documentation and link that I shared in the chat, happy to share this out with the larger group in attendance as well. This is all available on Replica's public website. So anyone can go to replicahq.com, go to the documentation page. There again, you will find both extended summary methodologies. We are transparent with everything that we can, and we produce quality reports. Again, that really show, how does the model compare to observed counts, things that we're seeing on the ground. So we provide all of that information. And again, Julie, happy to connect with you separately if you have additional questions. But I think that documentation link that I shared really goes into detail there. Charlie, not sure if you have anything else to add on the first question.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, on the first question, really not too much. I think short answer to that would be no, not to my knowledge. There's really no way to gather raw data from the entire traveling population for a typical day. You have to infer up from a sample. So yeah, that would be my short answer there.
Thank you. Show of hands in the room for questions here. Just get a queue going if you have any. Okay, I'll give you a second. Okay, you're going to be, we have one online and then I'll go to you, Dave. So we have a question. How has Apple's most recent iOS privacy features impacted Replica's data collection accuracy or representation, if at all?
I can take that one. So
Great.
we really try to put together a diverse set of upstream sources. If one source degrades in quality or shifts really notably, we notice that when we start kind of building our next season, and we search for other sources to kind of fill in the gaps there. So kind of that diversity lets us weather those storms, and hopefully will let us continue to weather those storms in the future.
Great, thank you. Dave.
So for those of us at either consulting firms or agencies that have Replica subscriptions, I'm wondering, does what SACOG has differ from what those of us who are subscribed to Replica have? And if we do have a subscription to Replica, can we access directly? Because I assume, Warren, what you're talking about is not, we can see the results of your queries and your projects, but not access them directly. And I'm wondering if we have a subscription, can we see some of those directly, or, see how they were put together and some of the, the more detailed information on them? And is the subscription you have essentially the same as what anybody else would have?
Aaron, can you answer the subscription question? Then I'll answer his other question.
Yeah, absolutely. So consulting partners who have a Replica subscription, you all will have at least the same base subscription. So access to our core data sets and data products. There may be a little bit of variance in terms of additional data sets that we provide. And that would mainly be on that kind of traffic side around the ADT, turning movement counts. That might just be some variations in something that SACOG might have that your subscription doesn't. And then to your second question around kind of sharing work, that is really one of the benefits of kind of using the same platform. So if you create a study within Replica, or Warren creates a study, you're able to actually share that and access that as a view only. So you could just see, oh, this is the work that he's done. If you want to duplicate that, make your own changes, you're able to. So that kind of collaboration is definitely possible.
Oh, there you go.
Can I add to that?
Great. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just did it right there.
I was going to ask a
Want some,
question.
Dave?
Just a little bit more on that one. Young May is actually, she had to step out early and Chingy's out, but we are developing kind of an in-house data dashboard for Replica data. So like you said, it's not going to be exactly the same thing that Warren just did the demo on, but we're trying to aggregate, check, make it more customizable for our jurisdiction's needs. And that should be coming online in the next, I don't want to shortchange it, but maybe a year or two.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks.
Yeah.
And then secondarily, with Replica being, you guys call it a travel demand model, and you guys call it, an activity-based travel demand model. I know we've had conversations with you guys in the past about, potentially you guys going in the direction of forecasts. And I'm curious, are you working Replica directly with agencies like SACOG, who you have a very close relationship, in terms of moving towards an actual forecast in the Replica platform if you're working with agencies that, you know, have a lot of the data inputs necessary to do that?
If you want to start, Aaron, I could back it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are and have actually earlier this year released our kind of newest capability and functionality, which is scenario. So allowing in being able to update employment and population inputs to project what that will look like. So we are there, and we're continuing to iterate on that, including being able to close roads in specific features. So definitely something that Replica is doing currently.
In regards to partnering up, we have not discussed that yet, and I think that's more of a Kyle, Shingy, and Yame in the future in regards to that. But yes, they do have scenario builder, which is I saw a demo of it, so like, oh, that's pretty cool. It's kind of similar to ours, but that's kind of a further discussion down the line.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I saw the reliabilities. Yeah.
Sure. Oh, yes. You want to talk about that, Charlie?
That might not have been spoken into the mic. Could you repeat the question? Not hearing you quite yet. Sorry.
Nope. It's red. Red means dead. There we go.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
So what is low certainty means? Like, does that mean you shouldn't use that data?
It basically means that there's a very small sample within whatever geographic or network link selection you've made. And so what we're just trying to communicate is just being honest and saying, you've selected such a small sample that we can't guarantee kind of how well this will hew to the ground truth sources that we use in calibration.
Great. Thank you. Anything else for our big data Replica folks for Warren? Yeah, Bryce.
This is probably more for Charlie and Aaron. And the question came up specifically about Apple iOS and their changes to privacy, but over the years, your source data for like ground truthing and creating the personas and all that have changed probably a lot over time. If you look at like what sources were available 4 years ago and what sources are available now, like, does any of that affect your ability to backwards compare, like to compare time series and change over time? Yeah, that was the basic question.
Yeah, interesting question.
Yeah. So I think there are modeling changes between seasons, and there are certain seasons that we kind of recommend for cross-seasonal comparison compared to other kind of inter-season pairs. It gets kind of wonky and specific depending on what season you're looking at. Generally, we say that our kind of oldest season, our fall of 2019 season, is best compared with our fall of 2022 season because those seasons were both kind of rerun at the same time. But yeah, those upstream sources and kind of our changes in process down the line do affect cross-seasonal comparison abilities.
Great. Thank you, Charlie. All right. Yep, Kyle.
Earlier today, we had a few questions about how to analyze link level pedestrian data. Our answer currently is we can't do it very well because there's not very good data sources. I'm curious, as Bruce's question kind of spurred, you all are having more and more upstream data sources aggregated. Can you talk a little bit to maybe some of the changes and confidence level you have in your pedestrian data set?
And so I should just preface this by saying Warren was very generous in his introduction of me. I'm not actually the engineer who writes the algorithms that produce our seasonal outputs. I'm more of a technical point of contact for our customers. So there may be some things I can't 100% give you the answer on off the bat, but generally the way that we model our pedestrian trips is just the output of a mode choice model that basically looks at the characteristics of the member of the population who is wanting to take the trip, and then the nature of the origin and the destination. So if a person lives in a household with no vehicles and their desired destination for their trip is half a mile away, and all of the network links from origin to destination allow pedestrians, that greatly increases the likelihood that we're going to assign a pedestrian mode to that trip. And so it's really those kind of household and transportation network characteristics that determine what mode is assigned. Like you're saying, there's really not a lot of ground truth when it comes to pedestrian counters. Definitely something we would love to kind of incorporate in our calibration process down the line. But that kind of just gives you a sense of kind of how we assign those non-vehicle modes.
Thank you. All right, we do need to wrap up this portion. Thank you again, Warren and Aaron, and Charlie. Great job. All right, so I'm gonna say a couple things before we do our hands-on breakup. So we are done with our presentation portion of the day. Big round of applause for all of our presenters. Great job. Lots of information. The next 30 minutes, we have our hands-on breakout plan. So there's two kind of core programmed stations, and then there's one station that's kind of open questions, networking with staff. So we'll have big data again with Warren and Aaron and Charlie on one side. Karen, do you know which side we're on? Does it matter? We're on this side? We'll tell you in a second. And then the monitoring and reporting and experience builder applications on the other side. That's going to be with Garrett and Pete. And then if I can have some of our remaining staff who are not on either of those to sort of come up, we'll figure out where we are. Come up to a table and you can talk to us. So we'll do that. Before we do that, don't forget to fill out the survey. Ibrahim distributed, I think there's a QR code on the table for the end of day survey. We really want your feedback on how today went. And don't forget to join us for happy hour. We'll head over right around 4. I will usher you out when we're done with our breakout session. Before we go into our spots, I just want to give a really, really big shout out to the whole data team and all the technical folks who helped out in planning this, but a really big shout out to Ibrahim. Ibrahim did a ton of work for this conference and he did an amazing job. So thank you, Ibrahim. Okay. Do we know where we are on either side of the room? Does it matter? This side is going to be Warren. Is that okay? Okay, Warren, you want to go over that way?
Yeah.
All right.
Ibrahim told me to go that way.
All right. Warren is in the back with big data and Replica, and Pete and Garrett, oh good, are up here on maybe like this side of the room to my left, stage right, or I don't know. And then Jeannie, Josh, Eason.
This is our Ask Me Anything.
You guys got to come over. Yeah, this is the Ask Me Anything table.
Are you plugging into the Is it like you have to figure out how to do it?
Sailing. I know.